you. Welcome to all.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon,
Today's background is different.
Yeah, true. It is different.
So which is this place, sir? It is Rudrapur or something different?
Yeah, it is Rudrapur. It is the same project. Yesterday, I had a talk about it.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the site, in fact.
Okay, sir. Okay. Welcome, Dr. Anna.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, very clear.
Great. Nice to see you.
So, Dr. Nina, I think 4:30, sir. Should we start or wait for 5 minutes?
Maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Let us wait.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. So, Dr. Tan, are you visiting your university or you are still isolated yourself at this room at Bangkok?
Yeah, still in Bangkok, yeah, but still in university compound.
Achha, you are now in university compound.
Yeah.
Okay. And what is the situation?
Thailand's it's not coming down. It's fluctuating around 6,000 to 7,000 every day. It doesn't come down.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a big number
big number as per the population of Thailand, sir.
for the population of Thailand. Yeah.
Big number. Cases are increasing, so that is a serious issue. So Thailand tourism industry almost collapsed, I think, Dr. Tan,
Yeah, the industry is not good. Yeah, exactly.
because this is a roaring turnover through the tourism at Thailand.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And nowadays, no tourists, no one is coming from India, no one is coming from Sri Lanka, no
No,
one is
nobody.
coming from Europe.
I think with the Omnicon coming, I think even worse.
Situation is very. So, Dr. Anna, you are from Poland. Yes.
Who is from
Yes,
Poland?
exactly.
Dr.
Yeah,
Anna.
I'm from Poland.
Oh, hi. My daughter's graduated from Poland.
Oh,
Oh.
Medical science, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, and the situation in Poland is also quite tough. Like we have around 20,000 cases per day.
20,000 cases
today?
per day.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
yeah,
It's a lot.
it is a lot. Exactly, and unfortunately, like we haven't got lockdown at this moment, but we don't know. Maybe it will change because now we are at the peak of the cases. They told us that there will be the highest number of them between November and December, and that's true. It's happening now.
Yeah.
And you are the man of analytics, so that's why you may analyze much more. Huh?
More or less, you know,
More or
my
less.
background is more diverse, I will say.
Okay, okay.
You will see.
So here in India, situation is still in control, but let's see what happens. Cases are only 8,000 or 9,000 per day. And 50% cases are coming from a particular state, that is Kerala. Very small state. Out of 8,000, 4,000 plus cases are coming from Kerala, and remaining 29 states, the cases are very less. Here in our state, cases are almost nil, 10 cases, 20 cases only. But let's
The
see what
good part
happens.
is that the casualties have reduced tremendously.
Yes, sir.
And then it is not so much troublesome for people.
Welcome, Dr. Paulo.
Maybe because of the amount of vaccination we have got, no?
Yeah,
Welcome.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
very high number of vaccination. Actually, nowadays people are not visible on the vaccination center because door-to-door campaign is going on for vaccination.
True, sir.
Earlier, a huge rush, a long queue was there, was noticed at the respective hospitals. Even on the payment basis, people are taking the vaccine.
Right, sir.
But nowadays, all these payment basis hospitals, not a single person is visible.
Right.
Yeah, because several of the agencies, they have taken up this job in their hands, including the club that I belong to, Rotary Club. They have also taken up vaccination at their own centers.
Should we start, sir?
Yeah, how many of us are there? 16,
17 people are here.
20 people?
16, 17 people.
Maybe that we can start. Yeah.
Dr. Nina, please.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the opening of the second day of this conference on emerging trends in management, social sciences, and tourism. Let us start this day, and I would like, with great pleasure, to forward my work to Dr. Devika to moderate the session. Please, Dr. Devika.
Thank you so much, Professor Nina. With the permission of our Honorable President, Professor Ferenc, respected FAI officials, Executive Council members, and all the dignitaries and experts present here, a very good evening to everyone from India. And I welcome you once again to the second day of second FAI, India, Ukraine, Brazil, and Great Mekong Sub-Region International Conference 2021. It gives me an immense pleasure to invite Dr. Liliana Guren. She is the FAI Executive Council member from the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Vasil Goldis, Western University of Arad, Romania, to chair the first session of today's evening, which will be presented by Professor Adina Negrusa from Faculty of Business, Babes Bolyai University, Cluj, Napoca, Romania. She will be presenting on the title Innovations in the Hospitality Sector from Surviving the Pandemic Crisis. To introduce the speaker further, I humbly invite the chairperson for the session, Professor Liliana Guren. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Devika. Thank you to all of you that let me be a part of this great event, and let me introduce a professor from Romania, from my country. She has a PhD in management and have over 80 participation of international conferences, over 70 scientific papers published in reputed economical journals, and 19 books. In present, she is professor to the best university of our country, Babes-Bolyai University, Faculty of Business, and in the same time is the coordinator of Erasmus department of her faculty. I think she don't need any other presentation. I want to invite Professor Negrusa Adina Leticia to give us today her talk.
Thank you very much. And warm greetings from Cluj-Napoca. Cluj-Napoca is the city where you can find actually the second largest university from Romania, which is actually Babes-Bolyai University. And I'm coming from the Faculty of Business. I'm teaching not only the general management, so my activity is also concerning the management in hospitality sector. That's why actually I come today to share with you and thank you for the invitation. One of my last work activity in this regard, and I hope to be able to let you on a small view of my activity. Sorry, I don't know how to share with you the screen.
You simply click the window of that particular, simply click the window of your presentation, and there is a green button, share screen.
Okay.
So just
Okay. Now I
please
see. Okay. Yes. Thank you. I think.
Yeah, visible.
Now, yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the idea for this activity starts from the fact that innovation is often seen as the basis of competitive economy and as a source of value for both customers on one hand and investors. Also, innovation is a determinant of firm performance and success. Also, sustainable competitive advantage and economic social growth. So, because of these powerful effects of the innovation process, we know that actually already captured the attention of many researchers. And therefore, the purpose of this study was actually to start to investigate the key perspectives and topics of interest regarding the innovations and innovative solutions adopted in hospitality sector in these last 2 years affected by pandemic. So the idea was actually to start from an analysis of the evolution of hospitality sector in these 2 years, just in order to see the context and to identify which are actually the big trends in hospitality sector. After that, to investigate, okay, which were the most popular solutions adopted and implemented by the accommodation and food services organizations. And in the end, to start to analyze some innovation, the innovation process based on the literature perspective. So actually having a literature perspective of this activity. So I start, and today I want to just mention some of the main conclusions regarding the evolution of hospitality sector in the European countries. Actually, in this, I actually separate the changes that was considered for 2020 and what happened in 2021. So, and also I focus my attention on the European markets. So I use some reports from the Eurostat data just in order to figure out what happened here. In 2020, the tourism was among the most affected sectors, like everywhere in the world. But for the European countries, actually this was a drop of 51% in terms of nights spent in tourist accommodation. Of course, in the first 6 months after the lockdown, the highest decreases were recorded in Malta, Spain, followed by Greece, Portugal, and Hungary. The biggest drop, actually in absolute figures, was observed in Spanish accommodation sector, and this was due to the international tourism drop. Here, as you can see, we have the comparison and between 2020 and 2019, and of course, the change in percentage. Here, I just want to mention a very interesting results. The fact that Cyprus, Greece, Malta, Spain, and Portugal were the most affected countries, with drops exceeding 60% in the night spent. And on the other hand, Netherlands and Denmark reported actually smaller drops, less than 35%. Of course, in 2020, compared with the previous year, the number of nights spent by international guests decreased a lot for all European countries. The highest drop with more than 80% were recorded in Cyprus and Romania. And in some other countries, actually the domestic nights spent in Slovenia, Malta, and Cyprus actually help a little bit the tourism activity, which actually couldn't be recorded in some other countries like Spain, Greece, Romania, and Holland. Okay, so a good question here, it was to understand, okay, what happened in 2021, even if we don't have the whole perspective for the entire year. I took into consideration the first 6 months from 2021 in comparison with 2020. And here again, it's very interesting because in the case of 9 countries, we can talk actually a positive percentage in the number of nights spent in tourism accommodation in comparison with 2020. Of course, with in the same time, the number of nights spent in Austria, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, and Germany decreases by more than 40% in the same 6 months of 221 in comparison with 2020. Of course, comparing in general what happened at the European level, we cannot talk about an optimistic perspective due to the fact that the numbers of nights spent in EU tourist accommodation drop with 22%. Another important characteristic is the fact that 6 out of 10 of these nights were spent in hotel sector, while actually another important volume actually were identified in the campsites and other short stay accommodation. A conclusion regarding the evolution is the fact that actually the domestic tourist partially helps to mitigate the impact of the pandemic on EU tourist accommodation in 2021 in comparison with 2020. So in this kind of context, of course, we have to ask, okay, which are actually also the big trends. And here I identify that since the outbreak of COVID, safety and hygiene standards have been absolutely paramount for everybody in this sector. And due to the various travel restrictions and also the reluctance of many people to travel abroad, actually, we can identify a shift from the international segment to the local. And this is important because this leads in a change in the core marketing strategies for many organizations from this sector. Also, due to the COVID travel restrictions, but also due to the teleworking activity for many businesses, and the fact that business events and business client segment have been particularly badly affected. Another important trend is the fact that the organizations move and change from the business market segment to the leisure, and try to actually adopt and adapt the packages and the products to this type of market segments, which actually determine again changes in most of their core strategic marketing strategies. So in this context, actually the idea was, okay, let's find out, because it is a very big issue now in the literature, the idea that we talk about an innovation process. And based on this idea, actually, like I mentioned, is a work in progress. I started to develop a study based on a systematic review methodology, using actually two different databases, Google Scholars and EBSCO host database, and to identify the articles, scientific papers, actually, based on two criteria. The keywords was innovation and tourism or hospitality. I identify in this period, just for these 2 years, actually, I identify around 127 articles, scientific articles dealing with this idea. And based on the review of 75 of this article, resulted actually in the first step 22 that can be considered for my research purpose. Due to the contribution in research, the innovations during this COVID crisis. What is important here is the fact that I try to focus this literature perspective on 3 major subjects, to identify first what kind of types of innovations have been implemented in general, and actually what kind of objectives have been established for this type of innovation, and in the end, of course, to identify if we can establish some kind of effects, or if the literature actually provides some evidences regarding which are the effects or outcomes of this type of innovations. In order to search and analyze the types of innovation, of course, I use the definition of from Oslo Manual. And here, actually, according to that, we have these two categories: process innovations and product innovations. And reviewing the literature resulted that we can talk about a higher ponder of process innovations that took place instead of product innovations. And many studies revealed 2 approaches in the process innovations in case of hospitality sector: organizational and marketing innovations. Also, some work activities stress the idea that not all innovations that have been deployed have a similar effect, but actually still is not clear which type of innovation solution have a higher impact on the performance. So actually this remain actually a future, a possible future direction to continue the research in this regard. Another important conclusion here regarding the analysis of the types of innovation based on this literature review emphasizes the idea that if at the beginning of the COVID crisis, the most of the organizations in hospitality sector have developed more process innovations instead of product innovations. This type of process innovations have focused more on operations, standard operations procedure. Innovative technical responses have been introduced later, and this sharp type of technology, which implies the implementation of robots or AI technology, are still expected to be added. So they are not actually, we cannot talk about a common type of strategy adopted by an important part of the hospitality sector. Last conclusion that I want to mention today and in this presentation is the fact that actually what is important is to understand also the role of different types of innovations that took place here in the category of process innovations. And many of the scholars and scientific papers that I reviewed resulted that we can identify the highest ponder of the process innovations was used in order to transform the servicescape. What is in the hospitality industry, servicescape is that concept that involves physical environment and social interaction that affect in general the guest overall experience. And this servicescape provide important atmospheric signs and evidence regarding the quality of the intangible part of the service. And of course, the customers rely on this type of signals, elements, to form their first impression, before an interaction with the service staff of those organizations. So given this significant role of the servicescape in creating an attractive image of the services, the managers from the hospitality sector adopted many solutions in this regards. And new services standards and precautionary measures that actually deals with cleaning standards, disinfection practices, and so on, were identified in order actually to respond to this physical environment. And in order to balance somehow this less social interaction with the guests, actually the managers of this unit choose to use some new technologies and implemented some technical solutions, very simple technical solutions like for example, QR code or mobile phone tracking, I don't know, online promotions, social media sales, and so on, mobile, in general, contactless type of technology. So the role of the new technology implemented in the service, in the sector, in the hospitality sector, is more associated with the idea to try to balance actually this missing of the social interaction. And this actually comes later, like I mentioned before. So regarding the new, sorry, I will skip that just in order to try to keep the time. So some of the future directions that I identify based on this first stage in this study is the fact that the research can go and try to explore more the degree of innovations between actually small and large companies in the hospitality sector. Also, many articles suggest that actually it is very important to examine the long-term effect of these innovations. And others, for example, try to emphasize the idea of try to search the sustainability attribute for these type of innovations. Of course, due to the fact that many of these innovative solutions have been correlated actually with the implementation and creativity of managers or employees, it's very important to also try to figure out and examine more the link between innovation and entrepreneurship, and what kind of characteristics of the entrepreneurs in this sector could provide actually a better context in order to adapt to this type of characteristics of the market. This was a part of my activity and work in this regards. So thank you very much. If you have questions or aspects to be discussed.
Thank you, Professor Adina Negrușa. Please, if you have any questions. No question today?
No, question is there.
Thank you very much.
I have noticed that
Sure,
he is
Professor.
highlighting that now the tourism industry will survive on the locals, not the internationals, because a lot of dropouts are there, and we will have to promote the local people or the local tourists to come out and manage. So should this policy be applicable to all the countries? Especially I was talking about Thailand, because we have noticed that Thailand, I think 25% of the GDP of the Thailand tourism industry is covered by the international tourist. But nowadays, no tourist is there. In India as well, local tourists are coming out. So will this strategy will provide a platform for the survival of the hospitality industry? And during this COVID scenario, especially day by day, the new variants are coming. The data analytics that you have shown really reflects that. But should we continue on this, or anyway some other policy or some other procedure to be adopted to attract the international tourist as well?
Thank you, Professor. Any other comments, questions?
Dr. Tayan.
Yeah, okay. Let's a little bit add on to Professor Pankov, and what we learned from all these literatures reviews, and Professor has demonstrated, for instance, in the service gaps and transactional issue. I think in Thailand, the transaction or procedures, safety-wise and things, and social distancing and whatever, those are important. But I think from the motivational theory perspective, they are hygienic. Their hygienic perspective, meaning that without that, there are prerequisites. There are tables, the sort and tables. But there are not. We still to increase the the flow of the traffic flow of the tourists, I think we also need to have some motivation. There may be some additional motivation that really motivates them to come, and that things is still not clear, and that's why all the tourists are still not moving here. There is no motivation. You know, they do know that we do have some you know, safety issues, precautions and things like that, but the motivation is not strong enough to attract them to come. And so unless we maybe focus on innovations or innovative ideas or whatever that can stimulate their motivation, and not only the hygienic but also the main drivers, then I think maybe possible. I'm not so sure. Yeah.
So it means the tourist loyalty is most important issue nowadays.
Yeah.
The local tourist and their loyalty to a particular destination, our favorite destinations. I think we have noticed here in India that mostly the favorite destinations are preferred by the tourist, especially the local tourist. They
Right.
are not switching over to other dimension of the tourism.
Right.
Only
The local trend in also the same in Thailand. Local tourists are being pulled into the habitual routines, meaning that they already familiarized with the place. They are not necessary intention is to go for tourism tourist experience, but they really just want to get out and enjoy themselves. It may be food, maybe you know, relaxations, maybe walk around and see what happened, maybe because of holiday, and so for that kind of motivation, then the tourists come. Yeah, so it's just like Professor has demonstrated, the domestic tourists do become the main trend.
You have right. Can you go further? Thank you very much, Professor
Sorry,
Adina.
Good afternoon, sir. Good evening.
yeah, good evening, Dr. Sairu. You want to say something? Dr.
Professor
Sairu, you want to say
do
something?
you want to say something about the talk of Professor Adina Negrusha?
Yes, please. I was trying to, but seems like my internet connection doesn't working so well. I'm quite interested in the topic of Professor Adina. It is very insightful because nowadays we have been talking quite a lot about innovation in service industry. Just like this morning, we have discussed in our programs, we are developing the new curriculum for hospitality program, and we are interested the keyword innovation implemented. And I would like to ask for Professor Adina own opinion in the way which we develop the new curriculum now to in terms of to get it quite useful for the marketplace in the next like 2 and 4 years ahead. So how shall we produce our students for the market, to the hospitality market, in terms of teaching, in terms of utilizing innovation in hospitality industry?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for this question. Yes, this is actually quite a challenge for any type of topics that is related with hospitality in general, because as we already saw from this evolution, more and more companies are forced actually to adopt a different business model. And in this, due to these new business models, actually we can identify also that some parts of the functions, the operations functions that were identified before with some roles, key roles, for example, in the hospitality organizations, now because due to actually technology and due to different, due to this new context of need to introduce technology, this becomes actually come with a different role. So will be very difficult to know from the beginning what kind of elements and how to explain this element of the business, a new business model in hospitality. But actually what it is stressed in all studies is the idea that actually it is very important that this type of innovations to produce or to provide to the entrepreneurs and hospitality organizations the flexibility, because today what is important for the any type of business activity, and we can see actually this as an element that drive this change in the business model, is to gain more flexibility. The organizations wants to have this flexibility to adapt in a short period of time, because actually we cannot see a predictability for the evolution of COVID. They all the time actually stress the idea that based on that innovation, I was able actually to gain flexibility in adapting my business activity to a new and sometimes a negative reaction. It is very important to understand now and transmit to the students actually the role of technology in gain more flexibility and adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Adina. It is very useful for me. Seems like the keywords of innovation you are focusing on is flexibility in terms of using technology in for example, hotel operation. Is my understanding correct?
Yes. Yes, this is the idea, not only in hotel, but also in food services units. In general, the digitalization innovations actually drive and lead actually to this type of benefit. And this become an important issue for the organizations.
But innovation is not only technology, right? As far as I understand, but it's the suitable or the flexible solution for each of problems we are concerning with. Is that correct?
Yes. So yes, you are true. So in general, for example, they are mentioned very interesting type of solutions, innovative solutions, even from the work organization point of view. Just imagine that actually it was mentioned by some hotels managers, the idea that they implemented 5-day shifts, for example, in order to reducing the number of people entering and exit the unit, their unit every day, and in this way to again to respond to actually to gain flexibility, because actually in that way they could respond better to that COVID lockdown and the all restrictions. And actually sometimes the innovations through technology, so using some technology, provide them the possibility to reduce actually the staff interaction. So actually it is known as an adaptation of unmanned devices. So we use just robots in order to provide actually complete contactless services, and actually this again determine a flexibility in use those type of staff members, for example, for other types of activities. And again, it is related with gaining more flexibility in responses to the market.
Yes. Thank you so much again, Professor Adina. Please give me more examples about food productions, how to involve innovations into that particular processions or the food production, because we are also teaching food cooking, something like this, but we are quite not sure that the way that we are discussing quite a long way. It's the right answer that we got from the meeting this morning.
So regarding the food service sector here, actually some innovative solutions were actually range, of course, from the very simple one, adding delivery takeout options, to a more creative one. And this was mentioned, or I have identified dining drive-through, for example, or virtual events that actually provide the context, the atmospheric, that in the service-scape actually provide that atmospheric environment. And sometimes, for example, they use also this possibility to provide the meal kit, like a kit, yeah, for delivery. And in that way, actually, the customers can cook at home in a virtual activity with the chef of that restaurant. So these were in general the most important elements that and solutions mentioned in the literature. And beyond that, in general, it is some of them, for example, use digitalization just in order to open the services to more customer segments. And here it is mentioned that digitalization give them the possibility to attract more millennials customers and to address to this type of market. In the production, do you mean actually in the production in the kitchen of the restaurant? There the innovative solution was actually just to reorganize the layout of the kitchen in such a way in order to be able to gain productivity, work productivity, because actually the delivery and takeaway system impose to gain more productivity. And this was what I found as measures mentioned by many articles and scientific papers.
Wow. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's related to how we discussed this morning. So we are focusing not only on technologies or digital, but also the solution, how to cope with the problem they might have from the operations, maybe in the hotel rooms or maybe in the kitchen, maybe during the food production process. So if we are presenting the innovation points of view, so we could also talk about this. So am I correct in this point?
Yes, yes, yes. So actually, it is important to understand that we have different categories of innovations, and these categories of innovations, of course, not all of them can be linked with technology. And it is important to, yes, to try to establish some categories like organizational, marketing types of innovations, and those which implies only reorganizations, so actually just to reorganize the functions, the operations, and those which implies also the possibility to implement technology. And I think, yes, this will be a new perspective regarding how innovations should be transmitted for the students in general.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Professor Sairung, Dr.
Yes,
Sairung,
sir.
you must invite
sir.
Professor Adina to University of Ubud
Yes, of
Ratchathani.
course. Why not?
You must invite, right?
Yeah, please.
So,
Next
Professor
time,
Adina, Professor Adina, let me
Adina.
introduce Professor Adina. Professor Adina, here Dr. Sairung, she is from the same department, means the
It's very
hospitality
nice
industry.
to see you,
From
Professor
Ubud
Adina.
Ratchathani Business School, Ubud Ratchathani University, Thailand. And we are requesting
Yes.
Dr. Sairung to invite you, Thailand, for more discussion, for more fruitful output. So we are expecting Sairung. Let the situation be normal in Thailand. Invite Professor Adina, Thailand.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Of course. And thank you, Professor Adina, in advance for your cooperation, for your future cooperation.
Thank you very much. Moreover, if the discussion will go on, I think we are forced only to assist of this, because the discussion were very great and very nice in this topic of our conference. Thank you, Professor Adina. Please, Professor Devika, go on the presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor Liliana, to chair the session. And I'm extremely grateful and thankful to Professor Adina for the impressive presentation and effortlessly giving all the answers to all the queries which came your way, and especially giving an insight into the slowdown of the tourism industry around Europe. Your comparative study has been an eye-opener and made us understand the amount of pandemic inflicted a loss in terms of GDP and in terms of the tourist influx around European countries, and that induces the decision makers to come out with innovative solutions to mitigate the impact of this outbreak. So I'm extremely grateful, Professor Adina. And moving on to the next session, our next speaker is Professor Anna Laska. Sorry, there's some disturbance here. Should I move on? Yeah, so I invite our next speaker, Professor Anna Laska Lesnie Wicks from Lodz University of Technology, Poland. She will be presenting on the design thinking applied in management analytics. And to chair the session, I invite Dr. Elizabeth T. Pereira. She's an associate professor from the Department of Economics and Management, Industrial Engineering and Tourism from University of Aveiro, Portugal. So I now request Dr. Elizabeth to introduce the speaker. I humbly request Professor Elizabeth to introduce the speaker. I hope Professor Elizabeth is here.
No, she is not present here. I think she has not noticed the messages as well. So Anyway.
So maybe I can introduce myself.
Yes.
That would be wonderful.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
Yes. Please, Doc.
Okay. Give me a second. I will just share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen correctly?
Yes,
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, so welcome everyone. Good afternoon or good evening, depending where you are. My name is Anna Laska-Leśniewicz. Thank you very much that I have such a great opportunity to be a part of your conference. It's a big pleasure. I always admire such international cooperations and such international meetings because they are very fruitful. So I will start with a short introduction of myself. So in fact, greetings from Łódź University of Technology from Poland. Łódź is the third biggest city in Poland, and this is in the middle of Poland. So probably you will be able to find it because this is quite big city. In fact, my background is a little bit diverse. I started with a kind of lean management, then I moved to biomedical engineering field. Currently, I mainly focus on user experience field, and I also joined some technology. So I work with virtual reality and augmented reality. I suppose that the previous presentation and also discussion, which was really dedicated to innovations, also technological innovations, will be somehow connected also with the topic that I am presenting today. So let's start my my presentation. It will be about design thinking in general, and specifically DT applied in management analytics. So starting from the very beginning, you may find it in the literature, and also probably some of you have some experience in it. Everything started in United States, and the man who is responsible for it is David Kelly. He is the owner of IDEO company that created that kind of methodology that is called design thinking. And in fact, he worked with Apple company, and he made a really great product and services, great innovations in the United States, but also all around the world. What is important from my point of view, because I'm working at the university, he applied this methodology, design thinking methodology, at Stanford University, and he developed it also from the more scientific point of view at the university. In fact, this kind of methodology, like design thinking, is it can be correlated with such organized places, workspaces, where you can see a lot of post-its, a lot of whiteboards. In general, environment is rather creative, and also everything is organized in such a way that it should somehow boost your creativity. He created D-School, which is a combination of various fields of studies. And the idea here is to create project teams that are very diverse and very interdisciplinary, which I will explain a little bit later. In our case, at our university, we were really fascinated about this kind of work. and the kind of spaces that are available at Stanford University. So we decided to do the same at our local university, and we create such creative spaces at different faculties, at different departments at our university. And when I mention we, it's like I'm not alone. Fortunately, I have really nice people with me. We are DT4U team, and fortunately we had opportunity to gather various experiences in various places. I mean, some of us worked at Stanford University, also Berkeley University in the US. I attended Ivy Business School in Canada. And also we have some experiences from Europe, from Potsdam in Berlin, or next to Berlin. There is a kind of this school there in Germany. And also from Sweden and Finland. And I want to mention at that moment some our achievements because they extend our knowledge and our experience in design thinking field. We finished one Erasmus Plus project. It was a cooperation of Poland, Spain, and Norway. So we created a set of materials for teachers and students dedicated to design thinking methodology. Currently, I'm a coordinator of a European project High Five, and this integrated design is based on design thinking, and this is a combination of design thinking and sustainable development. So we are more developing the methodology to adjust it to the current needs of the market. We have also Design for Climate project, which is mainly dedicated for vocational education training. So what is design thinking? I will just sum up it in such a way. First of all, this is a kind of methodology that you can use to create innovative solutions. And in fact, your solutions are answers for certain problems, specific problems. So in fact, you want to solve problems, you want to gather, or you want to obtain the best possible solution. But what is important, we can talk about design thinking as a set of tools and kind of process that you have to follow if you would like to achieve the success and you would like to create an innovative solution. But we can think about design thinking more deeply. Like, first of all, I will say that in general, currently I experience it, and I believe that this is more like a kind of mindset, because it's not about following certain steps in the process. It's not about finding just a solution, but it's also about how you, let's say, organize your environment, how you treat people, how you think about them, and how deep you look at their problems and their needs. So it's more like, yeah, and design thinking, what is interesting, it stretches across disciplines. So a few years ago, I found that many people believe that design thinking is just about design. But in fact, design thinking is about design, about business aspects, but also this technology. So we would like to use the technology to provide the innovative solutions, but we still think about other aspects. And in fact, design thinking can be applied in many various fields and areas. And we as a team, we experience it every time we are doing different, very diverse projects. So design thinking is a method of meeting humans' needs. That's the key point that I would like to underline here, because in fact, we would like to create something that includes human part in it. That's the key. And design thinking is also called a human-centered design. Yeah, so human-centered design methodology. Therefore, this human part is really, really important. And also, DT doesn't want to replace business or technology in general. So in fact, design thinking shifts the focus, yeah, from just pure technical solutions. In case of technical universities, it's really like a challenge to change this focus from this pure technical solutions to a solution that include human part. And as you can see on the slide, business thinking. So we have some problems and we have solutions. In DT, we have this part of understanding, and that element is crucial. So we base our project and that part of the project on abductive thinking. But just to remember that this understanding is before we really state the problem. That's crucial. So if we would like to get the product that works and that generates value for human, then we can achieve also the business success. That's the way. So currently, with a lot of products on the market, great services on the market, it's really important to think about human part in your innovations in general. So design thinking means to truly and consequently move away from a narrow technical and business-only perspective to a truly interdisciplinary and collaborative culture of thinking and making. Yeah, and design thinking brings disciplines together to collaboratively find solutions within a highly complex and multi-layered system of business, technical and human context to ultimately result in products that humans need and desire. Yeah, and will be happy to make part of their lives. So in fact, they will be happy to use it. And I mentioned so many times about design thinking process. So yeah, here you are. You can see that there is a kind of diagram where you have separate steps: understand, observe, define, ideate, prototype, test. This is just the one representation of this process because various literature and various teams, various design thinkers can use a little bit different variant or version of this process. Here you can see another one, more extended, with this implementation, which is more, I always say, this is more like business part of it, how to provide it into the market. You can see that there are some lines between those stages. It means that you can, even if you at the first look, you can say, oh, this is just a linear process. It isn't. Okay, you go step by step, but in fact, you may find out that you need to come back to the previous step just to prepare better solution. And therefore, design thinking is called iterative process. So all the time you can come back, you can jump back to the step you need. And it's a combination of interdisciplinary teams. So you need to gather different people with various knowledge and experiences. They have their own creativity. And then you can try to go through the process. I put here this diagram about creativity because this is, I suppose, really interesting, that our natural creativity is quite high at the beginning when we are kids, but because of education, unfortunately, I must say that sometimes it's going down according to literature and researchers. But fortunately, we have, thanks some creative tools, some creative techniques, we can still, we can increase our creativity even and keep it at the very high level. And in design thinking, we believe very strongly in creativity, the power of creativity and ability to be creative all the time if you are looking for any kind of solution. Starting from the beginning, when we start with understand and observe step, it is sometimes called empathy. We can implement and we are implementing different kind of tools, starting from interviews with our users, questionnaires. We do a kind of immersion. So sometimes we would like to put ourselves in the shoes of our potential customers, or even if we are doing internal projects, it can be putting ourselves in the place of our worker. So we are implementing various tools, but the aim here is to fully understand the needs and to fully understand the situation, the environment. Yeah, so gathering facts, some statistics, it's crucial, but also we need to have contact with human to find these insights that are not so obvious. So this step is really demanding, and probably this is something which is under the ground, and you need to dig deeper if you would like to gather valuable information. Define. So here, what is your real problem? What is your real challenge? In fact, once again, you need to take the perspective of your user. We also use different tools here, but in general, this is the point where we select one particular problem, and we know what is the background of it. Yeah, so we know the roots of this problem. Then nice phase of DT, it's ideation. So we kind different types of brainstorming, or we are using different kind of brainstorming methods to gather as much as ideas as possible. Then we evaluate the ideas according to various tools and select the idea to prototype and test. Prototyping and testing are essentials, and it's not only about, when we are thinking about prototypes, you are seeing probably something physical like object, because we are preparing product, but it's not true. You can prototype everything, even if it's just the process. You are changing, you are providing some innovation in process, or some innovation in the environment or in the service. Everything you can prototype. The thing here is to present it in such a way that people, a kind of audience, your target group, will be able to follow your thoughts, to follow your idea, and will be able to give you feedback, very valuable feedback. Yeah, very nice quote, fail earlier, fail often. So the idea here is to prototype and test at the very early stage of the project, not at the end when you just, let's say, finalize your product and finalize your service, because you will waste time, and it will be no point to waste time and money probably. So those were the steps of design thinking process, and how to merge it with management analytics. For me, it's quite interesting, because in fact, we want to, management analytics involves this precise understanding of the facts, influencing managerial decisions. So this understanding element, it's common with design thinking. So the tools from design thinking can be implemented here. Also, when you are designing any kind of tool, any kind of solution, you may use these creative tools from design thinking. And yeah, how to communicate your results effectively. Probably, if you would like to communicate your results effectively, you need to know the needs of your audience. Yeah. So once again, you can come back to the rules and to the tools that are provided by design thinking methodology. Yeah. Thank you very much for your attention. I just want to mention here that I'm really I look forward to some cooperation. As I said at the beginning, I strongly believe that international cooperation is the future, and our local national experiences can be merged and joined together, and it can bring something new. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Anna. You can stop sharing your screen now.
Yes.
I'm extremely grateful to Professor Anna for analyzing the meaning and process of design thinking. Rather, you rightly said that the process is just the tip of the iceberg. Integrating design thinking process with the human-centric business innovations can result in effective solutions. And your idea for the organization to channelize the creativity and adopt bottom-up customer-centric approach is extremely paramount for the successful scaling up of an idea. And you also said that the influence of management analytics on managerial decision making to implement the design thinking is again necessary for the excuse me, for the organizations to come out with effective business solutions. So on this note, I would invite any questions or any queries if cropping up in our minds. Anyone would like to ask any question from Professor Anna?
Yes, Professor Anna, I would like to know the last picture from where you have taken. It is not from Poland.
No. This one is from India, in fact.
Yes.
Yeah.
That picture is from India. And as you have shared the design thinking, because this is my area of working is design and development of intelligent system concerned with the medical diagnosis and tourism. So
great. So we have many things in common.
Yeah. Because I was just, you have given the name of design thinking. I have given the name design and development of intelligent system. So the thinking process is automatically involved there. That what kind of tool you are going. Recently, one Springer publication appeared where our articles are concerned with the decision-making system, concerned with the tourism analytics and medical diagnostics are there. So this new word, that design thinking, definitely would like to be adopted under the new work that we will carry. But here you have not exposed any managerial analytics decision-making process that will be affected by that mechanism that is nowadays in practice. Why?
Well, thank you very much for your question. In fact, I wanted during this presentation, I wanted to let's say concentrate more on the idea of design thinking, and maybe my first thought was to just let's say show the audience that DT has very various possibility to be applied also in this analytics. As at the very end, I just link those two elements because in fact I'm working more on applying this DT in more, let's say, technical area. So we are finding out and looking for some innovative solutions in biomedical engineering field, but also in educational field in general, because we are working with new methodologies and new techniques, as I said, VR and AR. So maybe in fact it's a little bit catchy. I should change the. Yeah.
No doubt about it. It's catchy because we have designed an intelligent system regarding the destination ranking system under the tourism. But once a tourist visit a place, he must be about the respective ranking of the destination where he is going to visit, where he is going to spend the money. Just now, before your lecture, I was listening where the hospitality industry is there. So ranking mechanism is essentially required to brief the policymakers, to brief the budget allocation system, to brief all the tourist agencies. So that's where they will save their time. They will explore all the possible destinations, even though those destinations, those who are lacking, they may be promoted in a proper way. So
we need to know this motivation also, of the tourists, what they want to see and why.
Otherwise, most of the tourists without any motto, without any aim, they used to visit any place. Okay, they are going to do some tourism, but what kind of tourism? What are the destinations? Which destination they are preferring? That's why I quoted earlier, whether it is a loyalty destination or a dream destination, what kind of destination it is. So under this analytics process or design thinking process, they may be benefited. I think Georgia Irina Euros, because she may be having that book. Dr. Thakur is also here, the co-author of that book, where all these things are mentioned. And we would like to recommend you, please have a look on that Springer book.
Okay.
Yeah. So there are a lot of things are there. Georgia, do you have that book? Right.
Yes,
now?
I will show it in a second.
Yeah,
in a second,
sure.
okay?
Yes.
Oh, he bought the books, huh?
Yeah, that book.
Bought the book. I don't have my PDF.
Oh, you.
Oh, here
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, this is the book.
Oh, can you? Yeah. Okay. Mathematical. I see.
Computational intelligence.
I don't know. Do you see it? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
The first chapter is based on the tourism destination ranking system. So a lot of things are there. You can go through, and definitely, Anna, be in touch, and definitely we will do something under the name of design thinking or under the name of design and development of intelligent systems.
Great. I'm very happy about it.
Yes.
Professor Anna, I also have a question here. Initially you talked about how you have implemented design thinking processes to come out with innovative solutions in waste management. So can you just elaborate on that? What type of innovations have you done in waste management?
Yeah, so in fact, we are still developing some ideas because every year we have a different, let's say, topic of our research. And in fact, in that area, I would like not to show it at that moment because, yeah, probably my coworkers won't be happy that I'm sharing it at that stage. So we are still in progress, and therefore Professor Elizabeth Pereira asked me for, for just general comment about design thinking, not go into details about some examples. But yeah, I hope that maybe next conference, I will be able to show the solution in that particular area. I mean,
Professor Anna, we used to conduct conference on analytics. Last conference we conducted on analytics, definitely. And a lot of, actually, a very good number of biomedical engineering students, especially the master's one, they have done a lot of this kind of work with me, especially periodontal techniques are related with the diabetic diagnostic system, or cardiovascular diagnostic system, or the tuberculosis. A lot of issues we have discussed, and we have developed the system, intelligent systems, on the real life data. How can you detect how a patient or a person can detect the current stage where he or she is running? Even then, a medical fellow may examine his or her diagnostic skill as well, whether how much he is accurate, because sometimes the lot of data are there, and ultimately the decision maker, especially the physicians, they based on their intuition, not based on their scientific model approach. So maybe sometimes misdiagnostics may be there. So this analytics process, or this thinking process, or the developing an intelligent system process definitely helps a lot. Hopefully next time we will listen you with new examples and new context as well. Okay.
I hope so.
With me, Professor Thakur is here. He is also a part of that book. Professor Georgia is there. He is part of the, and two more fellows, but they are not present here.
My question for Professor Anna is that you can also utilize one more new concepts of theory if you utilize many parameters in design thinking. It is best tool to utilize in designing thinking. Soft set theory, parameterized family of sets. So if you utilize different parameters, then you can use soft state theory in this concept designing thinking analytics.
Sir, he quoted that design thinking is not a linear process. He quoted.
Yeah, it's not.
He quoted that design thinking not a linear process. So there is the word that indicates that the platform is for the soft set or for fuzzy set or for soft computing mechanism. Everything is there. Depends upon the exploration of the process.
So true. So should we move ahead now? Our next speaker.
Dr. Devika, congratulate
Yes,
our Dr. Anna for
yeah, thank you so much. Thank you once again. Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation, Professor Anna. And we wish you all the best for the innovations you are getting into with Professor Elizabeth. And we really hope that next time when we meet, we'll be able to listen to your various examples, especially in waste management and the educational innovations you are coming out with. So we all wish you the very best, and we are extremely thankful for the insight into design thinking processes. Moving on, we come to the next session now. Our next speaker needs no introduction. He is Professor Chai Ching Tan. He is the Foreign Secretary of FAI, and he is from Ratnakosin in International College of Creative Entrepreneurship, from Raja Mangla University of Technology, Ratnakosin, Thailand. And his title for the session would be The Factors Influencing Guangzhou's Rural Tourism Destination Loyalty, a combined neural network topices structural equation modeling analysis. And to chair the session, I would like to invite our Honorable Professor B.S. Bish, the President of FAI, and also the former Vice Chancellor of G.B. Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar, Uttarakhand. So respected sir, kindly introduce the speaker. Sir, your mic is muted.
Well, if you have his detailed biodata, you can read it out. But as far as I am concerned, Professor Tan is a person of multidisciplinary expertise, and specifically working in the area of tourism management and then innovations in tourism industry. Extremely analytical. At the same time, he has the hold of being very practical in this particular field. And I feel that let us hear Professor Tan, and I'm sure that his presentation will be of great interest to all of us. Professor Tan, please.
Thank you. And thank you, Professors Aninas. Thank you, Professors Annas. Thank you, Professors Devikas. And thank you, Professors B.S. Beast, President, dear President. And well, what I would like to share, let me share the screens. What I would like to share would be continuations of the, where is the screen? Continuations of what Professors Anina talk about in terms of this design thinking. And I would humbly demonstrate how with that design thinkings from the flow processes that I would demonstrate, because in whatever we do, it is always design thinking. Design thinking starts with empathy, which is really caring for what is going on with our customers, in our markets. And so it's very surprisingly, and I think it's not coincidence that I come at the tail of the Professor's Anna, so that it was preparing for the landscaping and allowed me to discuss and share with you this empathic understandings of tourists, and how I use that empathic understanding of tourists to help me derive and develop a model, a tourist behaviors model. And also, I was also appreciating, got the ideas from Professor Pankar. So I also did TOPSIS, not AHP or not fuzzy AHP. It was later on, we can do that, but I was using the TOPSIS, which is one of the mathematical decisions making tools to rank the destination. And upon ranking the destinations, we can do a lot of things. We can understand, based on the similar criteria, what would happen to those destinations, and we can do more interviews and more empathic understanding, and so we can design more things and better things. So to do that, would go a very pragmatic approach, which is just like Professors BSB yesterday talked about it, in terms of really go to the field and understand what's happening, which is reflecting Professors Anna's in terms of empathic, meanings caring, understandings of what the tourists are really thinking about. So I would take a different approach from what I have discussed before. We are not going to do literature reviews. I'm going to walk you through the practical, pragmatic field understanding. So I choose 3 destinations, and one of the this is China's. This is in China's. Okay, this is in China's. One of these China's destinations called Guizhou, which is it has a lot of ecological advantages. We can see a lot of mountains. We have a lot of ethnicities, ethnic peoples over there. So because of the natural environment and ethnicity, it really depends on tourism. And so one of this destination is Zhaoxing Dong's village. And you can, and these are the ethnic peoples, local peoples, and you can see that this is Guizhou, which is right here. And you can see that it has a lot of ethnic, still maintaining ethnic heritages and living accommodations and things like that, which is situated in a very natural ecological environment. And these are the customs of the ethnic customs, and I'll just demonstrate to give you a pictures of what I'm actually focusing upon. This is a place where I haven't been there, so I have to resolve using the commands, the customers, the commands. I mean the traces of customers leaving behind their understandings and perceptions and feelings and satisfactions or not satisfactions in social in one of these applications media. So this is in order to understand tourist behaviors, I empathetically go through this app and trying to understand the traces of feelings and satisfactions and perceptions left behind by all these tourists who have visited the places. And you can see, I give you a couple of examples so that you can know what happened. So when you go into these applications, trip.com, trip.com, which is one of the very popular applications in the website. You can use it on your mobile, and you not only can look into bookings and things like that, but also you can see actually the many of these tourist photos that they share and the comments that they left behind. And from the comments such as it says, and they also give you the ranking, peaceful town with unique heritages or architectures, and visiting the terraces, which is, you can see, it's a must, which is you're seeing a tourist loyalty that really does recommendation and telling you that there are certain attraction which is unique architecture, and walk up to really experience it. But if it is too hot, you can take the bus for 20 the Chinese dollars round trip. So you can see from these traces of what the customers feeling and perception, you can see that you are looking into variables or looking into themes that the customers are talking about attraction, the customers are talking about tourist experiences, and the tourist loyalty. And this is how we understand variables. We understand the themes, without going days, but from the application technology. And I'll just give you a couple of examples, then we can go quickly. This is another traces of the perception from the customers. These villagers, these places, it is not only known as the first village of the township, it is also the town of the drum tower. And the five drum towers in the village, different styles of the great for the grand views, but also the town of singing and dancing. So you can see a lot of social, cultural sustainability issue, and there are certain unique identity of the town, which is started from the first village of the township, and every other year of reads, the songs, and the scene is extraordinary. And it's surrounded by mountains, so you can see sustainability is not only in terms of ecologic, not only in terms of social, culturals, and but also the ecological issue. And the villagers built in the basin and blah 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 blah. So you can see, basically you can look into customers living behind traces of commands, and you can basically understand that they really what pops into their minds, and so that would give a lot of ideas how we can manage the place, how we can market the place, how we can improve the place, which is the ideations and design thinkings that Professors Anna as Humphrey shared with us. A very distinctive cottage. It's not completely commercialized. That means that it is a very unique identity, but at the same time, it is sustainable in the sense of maintaining cultural identities and social heritages and this issue. And so it's not completely commercialized, although they also need to earn money. Economic is a part of the sustainability. So it still has some native perspective. They're maintaining social cultural sustainability. Overall, the environment is good, and it's a place. It's a satisfaction. The things that it's a good place to spend a weekend here. And so some recommendation, tourist loyalty here, and looking for the various drum tower. So again and again, you can see that sustainability identities, attractions pops up from various different customers. These are different types of customers. Sustainability, identity, rural interaction. It's very interesting. The setting is very good, and the whole area is not as commercial as the ethnic villages, but there are a lot of the indigenous people who share the joy of life here, and it's comfortable. And it's not noisy. So they share. The locals people, indigenous people are sharing the joy of life with you. So there's certain rural interaction and identity of the place, the sustainability of the place that leads to satisfactions. And so these are kind of the customers' tourist perception. And again, there are slowly more and more you can add on with some of the themes like amenity services. It could be the product that they offer. It could be the hotel. It could be the accommodation. It could be whatever. So you can see that there are a lot of things. Renting clothes is amenity services, right? Renting clothes is also very cheap, $20. And for 2 hours, the one wonders and it's super beautiful. So you can see that there are certain satisfaction, attraction, effective experience, and they really fall into the place and immerse, just like Professors Anna talked about immersion. and professors, I need talk about first professors talk about the flow, the immersion. We immerse as a service experience. We immerse into the place through the technologies like virtual reality, whatever. So they are not wandering around. They're totally focusing on understanding the place and enjoying the beauty of the place. So we're talking about the flow experience. So you can see that going through the perceptions and traces of the comments of the opinions left behind by the tourists, you can slowly identify and reveal the themes, which from the mathematical perspective that Professor Pankar talked about it, and is those we call it variable. And based on those variables, you can do comparisons like this, and you can do a lot of AHP, analytical, hierarchical analysis, or fuzzy AHPs, or TOPS analysis, or neural network analysis, which I'll demonstrate to you. And then you can do comparisons that you can see, and then you can, and then against these different destinations, so you can do some ranking. But these are some of the amenity services. These are some of the amenity services actually offered by the ethnic services, ethnic places. So you can see that they do improve their economic sustainability. This is the second destination, which is more wider places. And there are, this is very unique. We don't have the time to talk about it, but the background is that there's a wide area, and the government wants to develop this area, and you can see that the place was very dense. Just like professors BSBs talked about it yesterday, there is a land exploration, and the Chinese governments want to move some of these peoples outside, and so that it has sufficient, not so populated. So it moves other peoples to wider, yet to open the developed open area, which is this area. And so this area, it has certain Western heritages. I think it's protocols or whatever buildings are still maintaining over there, and they, because of the mountains, and they do run on some of these green electricities, and they're also giving a livelihood and quality of life to not only the tourists but also the locals. So there are a lot of health tourisms and bridges across all those mountains, and also there are a lot of heritage temples and things like that. So it's very beautiful, and again, of course, city slowly to grow, and adventures, exercises, and in the tourism for to experience the beauty while exercising and things like that. And this is the bridges where the glass are they are transparent glass, and so you can move from one area to another area with transparent seats of the bridge glass platform. And of course, the cars can move from one end to another end, and these are these Western buildings left behind, and things like that. But again, there are because these are wider area, there are more activities going on, so you can have diversities of experiences, mountains, affections, and winters activities, and hot spring where you enjoy relaxing, at the same time maybe giving some healthiness to your health, and so on and so forth. You can basically, I can basically walk into go into the web applications and slowly understand, and for every, you can pick any one of them and again see what the customers, the tourists are leaving behind, their understanding, and you can see basically. You can talk about almost a similar themes like identity, sustainability, social culture. So you can see that ancient town was built in 10 years and has been around for more than 280 years. And a local city and it floats like a lotus leaf on the water surface. And an ancient town is built around the themes of cultures and landscaping and focusing on the functions of the city and protecting the characteristics of the ancient town. So you can see a lot of identity. Unique identity of the town, and some sustainability in terms of social cultural issue, and of course it maintains the ecological system. And again, tourist experiences, attractions, amenities, services, and if you go into, you pick another applications, and again you will see are many different types of things coming up, like amenity services. There are also private baths and sheds and card rooms suitable for family. So they do offer a lot of amenity services for you to experience. And this is the last, so I choose 3 destinations, and each of them has slightly different thing. And so we can do ranking like Professor Panka has talked about it. So that I can also do ranking, not only proposing the theoretical model for understanding the tourist experiences and their behaviors. And again, a lot more mountains, and so you can see almost similar sustainable tourist experience, attractions, amenities, services, and kind of all kind of things going on, and similar things. So in conclusion, going through those things, I can starting to put those ideas into tourist behavioral domains, and I see 2 particular domains on the y-axis and on the x-axis that what I have just able to pick it up from the application. What the customers, tourists have left behind, and one of them is on the y-axis, which is the destinations can control it, and there are you can look into as the destination themes like attractions and the destination identity, and again there are also there are a lot more things I will discuss later, but this is the basic stimulations that offered by the destinations. One of them is the and attractions and the identity that we have seen and I have explained to you that what actually the customer tourists left behind, and also there is the destinations and ABRA, meanings that you can see the amenity services. And because when we are moving, when we are engaging with the rural communities, it is not only reacting to just walk around and looking to the beauty, but also I think when you go into any rural communities, the interactions with the rural communities are very important, and they enable the destinations to be more attractive. And so this is, again, the y-axis is basically the destination, and the x-axis is this tourist experience. It's a tourist perspective, and tourist perspective we see from, again, the applications that I have just demonstrated to you. You see a lot of things that a tourist can experience, and they do share with you what they experience. And in conclusion, you see sensory experience, meaning they use the eyes to experience. They use the experience the food. The experience with touching, the experience with feeling, and all these experience we call sensory experience. And there are experiences where they when they engage with the cultures and experiences, and they form certain cognitive understanding. We call intellectual experience, something that they cognitively enrich and engage that benefit them, and that drive them to think harder during their trips, and we call it intellectual experience. And again, emotional experience, of course, wherever we go, there are always emotional touch. And again, the value their experience, there are always value that may be transforming them, maybe transformational value, maybe the that they feel that certain beauties that give them qualities of life, or things like that. So these are called experience value. And the other side of the tourist perspective is of course they're all related to destination, but it's very benefiting the promotion, the destinations to promote the press, but is mainly dominated driven by the tourists, which is on the x-axis, and I call it induced organic image matching. Induced means that the image that they form, tourist forms that are induced by marketing materials, or induced by the social medias, or induced by the website applications that I just demonstrated to you. Meaning that the tourists go into certain website, or look into the newspapers, or read, or getting information from their friends, that they induce to them that those places are having certain characteristics. We call it induced. But when the tourists really go there and experience it, and they're starting to form their images. So when they go into these places start to form images, and we call it organic. We call it organic images. And instead of looking into all kind of induced images and organic images, I was summarizing into a term called induced organic image matching, meaning that is there a matchings between information that they read, image that they read from the information relative to, the actual experiences, organic experiences relative to the induced images that they read from social medias and newsprints or friends. And that is very important. That proves that the destination is doing an honest job, responsible jobs, or they're boosting too much boostings and really, it really hurts the images. And the last thing in these horizontal essays, which is also very important from the promotion target perspective, is personality matching. Not many people are willing and are, very happy to go to rural areas. There are only certain, I presume, this is additional experience from me. I presume that there are certain personality that drive them to particularly like to go and engage with rural communities. And so every communities or every destination has a personality, and so does a person. And if that personality of the destination and my personality or tourist personalities are pretty much matching with each other again, then they draw them to the place. So again, horizontals on the x-axis is talking about the tourist perspective, and on the y-axis it's more controllable by the destination. And so many variables becomes simplifying into two strategic dimension. And again, based on what the applications, the traces of surveys that I have just demonstrated to you, there are a lot more variables or themes that they discuss. And I would say that the stimulation that I have just demonstrated to you will influence further. There will not only influence tourist satisfactions, which I have just demonstrated, and which the tourists really feel satisfied and loyalty. But again, before that, that you can feel that customers, the tourists are feeling that the place are very authentic. So there is a perceptions or authenticities of the place. There is a feelings and perception that the place has the ability and has a sustainability and ability. That is very interesting, because they really, when they go into a place where it's supposed to be sustainable, that place is really sustainable. And if the place is really able to sustain, then they probably are driving their loyalties, or continue to talk about it and be satisfied. So sustainability, the abilities becomes a very important perception to the customers. And again, the other one is flower experience. What happened was that the tourists, when they are absorbing into immersing themselves in those places, they really, they forget about the time. They forget about, they totally forget about what's happening, and they're just focusing totally with these rural communities and experiences, and that we call flow experience. Okay, a flow experience. And the other one is attachment. They're attaching to the place, not necessarily attaching to the place geographically, but attached to certain ideas or certain experience. We call it attachment. So in a way, I arrive based on empathic understanding of the field data, just like Professor BSB shared with us, or that we go to the field and understand, and I came out from the field. Directly from the field, those are the things that the customers the tourists are really, really thinking about. And of course, there are other variables, but I would, look into this this variable. And this is what empathic design thinking is all about. But and things like that. And from there, what I do is that I would then have demonstrated to you these three destination sites, and ethnographic meanings that I observed from this from the online, and then I picked it up some based on my online observation. I supplemented with literature reviews, couple of variables, and then I formed some hypotheses or theoretical model, which you can see I have explained it. And then I designed the questionnaire for every variables and every variable plus other, other information, tourist variable. And then I ensure that the reliabilities and all the variables are valid and reliable. Then I went to neural network simulation. the neural network will tell me which of the variables are very, very important. And then from the variables that I stimulated from the neural network, I can use it in TOPSIS. Just basically it's like AHP. So instead of using AHPs to compare the analysis of the variables, I use neural network to help me analyze the ranking, to understand the rank variable. And then upon ranking the variables, I use the TOPSIS to help me rank the destination site. And at the same time, I use this variable to see that the structural equations modeling of statistics or hypothesis are also demonstrating similar similar results that the neural networks demonstrated and TOPSIS demonstrated. And it did. It was very surprising. So a couple of we are almost coming to the end, because when I tell you all this detail and I'll brief what's happening on the methodology, and things becomes clear, so I do not need to explain further. So my speed of presentations will be very fast now, quickly coming to almost the end. Very interesting thing I found out additional from most of the papers is this I increases from sample size to 300 to 400 to 500 to 600 to 700, and I starting to see that it is different from engineering. Engineering phenomena is that the more sample size you go, the more it narrows down. But you have to understand that in tourism, the population, the samples are huge, and every persons in China are domestic tourists, and therefore the more I go, the more samples I go, the variation, I mean the deviations, standard deviations will get wider and wider and wider, and you would jeopardize my reliabilities of the variables, and it would jeopardize the capabilities of me to constrain the variables in terms of certain validity requirements that I need for neural network simulations and structural equation modeling. And so I look into this size variation, and I found, you can see that it's slowly going down, and I choose the threshold, the best one, okay, the last one, the minimum one that on the threshold that I can that are still reliable, and that still makes validity sense. So I choose 500, okay, and things, and not only that, this will show you why in doing different types of sample, it really gives me a different perspective of things like that. Well, this one I have explained it. You can analyze this whatever validity, reliability of this. We're not going to go through neural network simulation. What I do is I use 345 because I have 500, which I choose 500 because it is still reliable and it's still making sense validity wise, and so I up 345 for training my neural network, and upon training my neural network, I use 155 sample size to test my training sample. Training neural network, and you can see that these are I was focusing on what kind of variables 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 meanings, all these variables. So I'm focusing on tourist loyalty, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, something like that. And I put into neural network simulations to help me analyze the tourist loyalty, and these the testings went pretty well. So you can see that these tourist loyalties simulations and tested are very, very much linear, and I can find out which ones are very important. Again, of course, tourist satisfaction is very important, and also attachment comes second, and then you can see intellectual experience, sensory experience are equally very important. Sustainability, the abilities are very important, attach and things like that, and then slowly going down. Personality matching is pretty okay, and slowly going down to all these other areas. So you can see the ranking. So based on this ranking, neural network ranking, and I normalize the ranking. So I normalize the ranking, and then based on the ranking on each of the factors that influence the tourist experiences, I use the TOPSIS to find the ideal solution, and I was able to it was able to help me rank among the 3 destinations, which one rank has first, and which one is the second, which one is the third, and you can see that the first ranking it's very far behind the second ranking and the third ranking, and from there I can do a lot of interviews next time, so I can get I can do interviews, I can do a focus group, I can go for observation and to understand why the destination are so far away based on these structures of variable, and from there maybe I can also analyze from the structure equations modeling and see the tourist loyalty, and maybe we can do a lot of ideation, which is like a design thinking. Other things that we are also finding out was that as the sample size goes up, so you can see that these are the middle variables, the mediating variable, this sustainability, stability, which is influenced by all these the horizontals and these vertical experiences that I have just explained to you. Authenticity is also doing the same, and flow experiences, attachments, and tourist satisfactions and tourist loyalty, which I have demonstrated to you, the neural network and this. And these are basically from the structure equations modeling that I put into the table form. And what is very interesting is that as this sample size goes up, we are able to see the regressions coefficient, whether go up or go down and in a stable form. And so I'm seeing as sample size go up from 300 to 400 to 400 to 500 to 600 for each of the variable, and the regressions coefficient, structural coefficients, path coefficient, are going up or going down in a stable form. So this is very interesting because most of the statistical analysis papers, we usually choose one sample size and we think it is as it is, but in fact it is going certain shape, dynamic changes until it stabilizes probably into a kind of a stable coefficient. And so this is a new finding, and without the sample size analysis, we were probably not able to identify that. This is very interesting. And it's so certain things goes up, certain things goes down, and things like that. So again, you can see the up and down and things like that. And for example, the sensory experience goes up, and the loyalty goes up, things like that. So these are just trend, and so the other things that you can also, we don't have enough time to go, is that when you do the comparative analysis, you can see that which of the destinations are making a significant difference from other people, right? You can see that my statistical analysis and the TOPSIS analysis are really doing the same thing, and they're demonstrating the same thing. And certain male are perceiving differences, and age-wise also these below 18s and also these intermediates or millenniums are probably doing a better jobs or whatever. So you can see certain things, especially those who stays 3 days or above are making a significant difference. So you can see this is very interesting because this is what I perceive that is supposed to be, because my experience is that for any tourist who want to go to experience cultures, spending and rural communities, and if you stay only 1 day without spending the night over, or you spend 2 nights, there are not sufficient to bring up the motivation and positive perceptions of the place. So from here, I'm seeing that when the tourists spend 3 days or more, you can see that the perceptions almost all across the board. 4 means it's agreeable, that almost everything is doing great job in all the variables. So they're above 4 very near the 5 is strongly agreed. So there you can see that this is very interesting. So if you want to manage the place, we must try to do like design thinking, after we have designed it, and how we're going to manage the decision making, is that we probably need to come up with some motivations and packaging destination packagings that allow the tourists to experience more time. 3 days. 3 days, and 1 day, well, you probably can't do much about it, and 3 days that would really make a significant difference. Of course, there are other differences in other places, which we are not going to talk about it. The things that I have just demonstrated to you, which is the regressions coefficient tables, and which will be the last page. I will show it to you. Would be this place. I do not show it to you because it's very complicated, and so I was not I presented into the table form and things like that. But again, just a conclusion. This is large page at a sample size of 500. So based on this applications, empathic understanding of tourist understanding the perceptions and that the left behind in the application website. And you can see that you can derive things that they're very appreciated in terms of sensory, intellectuals, emotional experience value, and in organic induce an organic value matchings between the promotions of promotions materials and their actual experiences, organic and matching with each other's, and the personality matching between themselves and the destination and amenity services offered by the place and rural interaction, the attractions to the place, identity of the place. They do horizontal and vertical inferences, this sustainability ability that they form about the place, which also influences this other types of perceptions, which I talk about it in terms of authenticities and things like and fraud experiences and fraud attachment, and it influences the tourist satisfactions, and in total influence the tourist loyalty. And again, if you look into more detail, you can see the mediating effect, which I'm not going to talk about it here. You can see my full papers, full articles, which I have submitted to Professor Pankov through the databases, and these models really fit very, very well. So again, I'm very, very happy to be able to share with you from field experience, just like Professor BS has taught us, without looking into biasly from the literature review, we can actually empathetically understand tourist concepts and feelings. And then from there, we simplify into simple conceptual domain that make theoretical sense, so that we can explain not only for this destination, but also extend to other destinations. And also, if we adapt analytics processes like Professor Pankov has taught us in terms of AHPs and neural networks and TOPSs, we can also do ranking of destination. And through the ranking and the structural equations modeling and the things that I have not explained in details, the mediations factors and all these moderators, you can find out and do further research like interviews, more interviews to find out more and generate and complete your concepts and conceptual model of betas and betas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Tan.
Thank you.
Yeah, very interesting and a very stimulating presentation by Professor Tan. Factors influencing rural tourism destination loyalty, a combined neural network and structural equation modeling analysis. Professor Tan has taken 3 destinations for this particular exercise. One is Jiaodong village in China, and this has the specialty of having unique architecture, the terrace farming, drum towers, and so on and so forth. What he has analyzed is the sustainability, identity, and satisfaction of the tourists are very important as far as their loyalty and revisits are concerned. It's a semi-commercialized situation, very comfortable, sharing with local people, not bored, relaxing, renting, even clothes, delicious and inexpensive food. Well, another location that he has described and taken into this particular experiment is Jianghu village, which is known for green energy, windmills we saw, health tourism, heritage temples, adventure exercises, transparent bridges, Western buildings, hot springs, which are basically the uniqueness of any hill place. Identity, sustainability, and unique identity again have been stressed upon. The third one is Zhejiang Guangzhou Miao village. It's a commercialized destination basically. And then he has tried to analyze as to how the commercialized destination theme experience-driven responses, that is sensory experiences, intellectual experiences, emotional experiences, and experience values, they have been understood better and then used in this particular analysis. Personality matching is yet another paradigm that has been described by Dr. Tan. And this becomes very, very important in cases of in cases of loyalty of the tourists for revisiting this place, or maybe promoting the place among his known people, whoever are coming. It's basically a dynamic situation wherein the value systems, the technology, and then the kind of investment capacity, and then the innovative kind of nature of the tourists are also very important. So it becomes very, very important to understand the whole mechanism, how a tourist, how a potential tourist takes a decision. But Dr. Tan, mostly for the tourists which are going outside the country, besides the domestic tourists, important thing is also that they move in groups, and then the group dynamics and then decision making is also very, very important, which you may like to consider. Maybe that you have already considered this. Tourist satisfaction and tourist loyalty are very important because ultimately that is going to result into some business for you. The motivation, there are people, those who are leaders and innovators. They take early decisions. Then there are followers and laggards. Laggards will be far behind, but then their volume will be much higher in comparison to the innovators. So you may influence the innovators through proper destinations or even the intellectual thrust, intellectual kind of activities, but then followers and laggards also have to be attracted to, and how it has to be done. This can be seen in your analysis as well. The information, evaluation of the information, and then conviction, and then ultimately the purchase decision or the visit decision, and then satisfaction. These are usually the steps for any marketing person, which basically more or less are being followed. But then with the marketing, the scenario has changed, the paradigm shift has taken place. The traditional kind of marketing may or may not be so effective as far as tourist destinations are concerned. Neural network simulation, you have tried to analyze the ranking between these three destinations. I'm sure that this is going to pave the way for ranking among different country destinations as well for those who are moving out. Structural simulation modeling equations have been used. Well, the analysis is really in great details and depth, and there are very interesting kind of relationships that you have arrived at. The sampling is very, very interesting. You have come up that sample size of about 500 would be good enough in order to analyze what is going on in the minds of the tourists, as well as how they are taking the decisions. Sample size goes up, it will obviously mean in improving the kind of sensitivity. But then economics is also involved and time is also involved. Regression coefficients going up and down, very interesting phenomena. This needs to be maybe analyzed in greater details. Sensory experiences going up and loyalty going up. Very true, because many of the tourists will like to have these experiences. Very interesting observation that you have is the stay of minimum 3 days. So in that way, how to attract the tourists to stay for more than 3 days in order to have the kind of experiences that you want to give them, imbibe them in them, and then they feel, the full potential is coming out with respect to brand loyalty. I once again appreciate your down-to-earth approach, visiting these places and taking the observations, which is 500, which is also a big sample, and analyzing these, the data that you have gathered through neural network system as well as structural analysis that you have done. Wonderful presentation. Please keep it up. And I'm sure that your analysis and your approach will pave the way for other researchers also in order to analyze as to how to make the destinations more attractive. In our country, for example, India, a lot of efforts are going on in hilly states as well as other destinations, including Goa, including Kerala and West Bengal for that matter, known for forestry, wildlife, and so on and so forth. And then in hilly areas, we were trying to convince, we were almost in touch with one expert who has got 7 times Everest experience. And then we were requesting him to have a talk on high altitude tourism and then wildlife also along with that. And then you can call that as a kind of a unique proposition with respect to a select tourists. I'm sure that in future we'll have such kind of analytical and at the same time field-oriented work presented over here. Congratulations to you once again. And I'm sure that all of us got benefited through your valuable, very valuable in-depth analysis, paving the way for consumer behavior or the user behavior. And it will also be helpful in case of marketing of other products, not only the tourism destinations. And the managers will be able to take these decisions which are based not only on their opinion and experiences, but also on analytical methods like yours. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Thanks once again.
Thank you. Thank you, President.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Professor Tan, for your insightful presentation on the practical, pragmatic aspect of tourism. And thank you so much, Honorable Professor Bish, for your expert comments, your words of wisdom, and your analysis. Now the house is open for any questions if we have here. Anybody would like to ask certain queries or questions? Anyone? I think it was self-explanatory, I feel, and it was quite impressive. So that's the reason the whole concept is clear to us and we do not have any questions as of now. Shall we move on now?
Yeah,
For the...
Professor Dr. Devika.
Yes, sir.
The chairperson of the previous talk, Dr. Anna, Dr.
Oh.
Elizabeth is here.
Oh,
so
wonderful.
I would like to request you to invite Dr. Elizabeth to say a few words about Dr. Anna, because some time confusion was there with Professor Elizabeth. Otherwise, he is very punctual to his assignment.
Right, sir. Definitely. I request Dr. Elizabeth T. Pereira. She's the Associate Professor, Department of Economics and Management, Industrial Engineering and Tourism, University of Aveiro, Portugal. Ma'am, we would like to know your insight about Professor Anna's presentation. It was quite impressive and quite insightful, and we would like to hear certain words of wisdom from your side.
Thank you very much. Greetings for everyone. I would like to say to the presentation of Anna that is really so entitled and focused and the design thinking applied in management analytics, but this is an approach that is designing and is defining to be a framework in the general application, as you might see in the presentation. That is an application that will be more huge in this design thinking once it is integrated. And we have two projects where we are so developed in applying this methodology that is defined by Anna in her PhD. So in her PhD, she really developed this methodology with new developments from the strict sense in the initial version of design thinking. So it's a new methodology that Hannah has developed and that we are applied in some contexts of management. So that is very important to take into account this application, because it has been developed by Anna and especially applied in our projects, applied to Erasmus. So with several partners, European partners, to apply it really in the context of Europe, in the design thinking to the main sustainability issues that we have. So the projects are the high five and are also the atomic project. So it is being applied, especially in the high five, to integrate this methodology to solve better the problems that we are facing in the world. So the problems are complex, and with this methodology, it allows to be better decision, to get better decision, and also with this methodology, define it better the issues to have better solutions. So these solutions can be applied to all the situations that we have to decide and that we have to get better solutions on that. So the case of economics, the case of management, in special in this case, the projects that we face is in the professional issues, so in the real world, but also the projects at the universities. So this is a methodology that has really a very applied and useful issues on that, and so it's very useful to be applied. So we are improving these with an integrated design thinking to be applied, special to management. So Anna has really a very merit on these to really coordinate these applications, and that we are trying to really to do it and disseminate it for everyone because it's very useful. and the way that are so structured, the designing of thinking, that many of us don't really realize it, and we can use it on innovation thinking too. So when we are going to do it, the ideate, when we are going to do so the improvement of that. So there are some steps that we can really structurate in our mind, in our processes, to really can so apply it with many success in our lives, in our professions. So congratulations to Anna for the very interesting presentation, and that we really realize the importance of this methodology of integrated design thinking. So thank you. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Elizabeth, for elaborating on the research work of Professor Anna. And we congratulate you for methodologically channelizing the knowledge asset into innovative solutions through design thinking. The conference congratulates Professor Anna and wishes her all the best for her future endeavors. Thank you so much, Professor Elizabeth. Moving on to our next session, I would like to invite our next moderator for the session, respected Rajane Dutra, to take over. I hope we have respected Rajane Dutra here.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Can we start, Dr. Pankaj?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Moving on to the next session, I would like to introduce Professor Dr. Nina Poida-Noisik, Vice President of FAI, Accounting and Auditing Department, Ferenc, Rakoczi, 2, Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education, Ukraine. She will present Dr. Erika Toderinsku. The lecture is entitled "The Ways of the Development of Tourism by the Help of Routing Systems in Transcarpathian, Futures, Peculiarities, and Possibilities."
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Regen, for introduction. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, let me introduce my colleague from our Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education, named by Rakoczi II in Ukraine. Let me say a few words about Erika Toderinsku. She graduated Mukashevo State University in 2018 and obtained a master's degree in tourism. She's a tourism expert. Currently, she studies at the Doctoral School of History at the University of Debrecen, Hungary, and simultaneously at the Doctoral School of Mukashevo State University at Faculty of Economics. I must say that despite of her young age, she has got enough practical research and teaching experience. Namely, she worked as a general manager, project manager, director at Shalom Foundation civil organization, dealing with organizing different cultural events, historical conferences, and supervising the ongoing projects. Also, she worked as a teacher of English, so she has wide knowledges in different spheres, and currently she obtains a position of assistant professor at the Department of Geography and Tourism, Ferenc Rakoczi II, Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education. A little bit long name of our institution, but it is it. Also, she is the head of the Tourist Information Center, Rakoczi II. Erika is going to talk about the title of the talk for today is Health Tourism in Transcarpathian Features, Peculiarities and Problems. So I invite Erika Tudorishko to have a word. Please, Erika.
Thank you for the word. I'd like to greet the conference, and first of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity and for organizing such a great event to share our scientific researches and our thoughts concerning it. I'm very happy to be present here and to show you an insight into the health tourism of Transcarpathia and show an insight to our common research program, which has been conducted by the researchers of our university and the Department of the Geography and Tourism. As Nina said, we are dealing with this project for quite a long time, and I'd like to show you an extreme example of health tourism in Transcarpathia with a special example. I'd like to share my screen. I hope it will work. Okay, does it work?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, great. So, yeah, a minute. Back. Sorry. Okay. So first of all, I'd like to present my colleagues who are also working simultaneously with me in this program. So I would like to show you some features, peculiarities, and problems of health tourism in Transcarpathia. We were working in this project together with Dr. Gyula Fodor, Dr. Sándor Berghauer, Attila Tóth, and me. We are very happy to show you the results of this fragments of tourism of Transcarpathia, and short insight to the health tourism of Transcarpathia. Why is it so special for us? So from the 36 types of mineral water in Ukraine, 32 of them are present in Transcarpathia. It's very important that we should highlight that most of them are on the territory of Transcarpathia. There are recorded more than 360 considerable springs. The daily flow of them is more than 10,000 cubic meters. It's a great peculiarity of Ukraine that the current regulation and the recreational natural potentials distinguish only subsurface mineral and thermal water. So only two types are distinguished. It's a very important segment that can we call it mineral water or better medical water as well. So the mineral and thermal waters of Transcarpathia are used for medical purpose. Their effect medically is highlighted as well. And concerning the medical segment, it's very important to distinguish them concerning the temperature. So we can distinguish in Ukraine and in the springs of Transcarpathia 3 types of them, that is warm, hot, and boiling hot, as you can see in the current picture. So it's very
Erika, I'm sorry, your slide doesn't go on.
Okay. Is it going on?
No, not yet. Okay. We might see just the first slide.
Okay.
Madam Erika, can you put in the presentation mode?
I can restart it again. Okay, can you see it now? Is it working?
And please, yes, try to go on.
Is it going on?
Yeah. Now it's the second slide. Yeah.
Is it better this way?
Maybe you'd better to enter the. Okay,
You can
like
share.
this.
You can share
Perfect.
your screen and use full screen presentation. In this case,
Yeah, use the function
when you share full screen on your computer.
It shows me that I have shared it.
on the bottom of the screen.
Not one window.
Okay. I'll try it once more. Sorry.
Then you can use full screen presentation.
Mhm.
I had some problem last day.
Okay. Is it working? For me, it shows it yes.
But it's a little tight. We cannot see what is.
Okay.
You have to just to
See my mouse.
Slide.
My mouse went somewhere away.
Ерика, внизу показ слайдів є, або запустіть. Внизу там є кнопочка, показ слайдів.
Is it okay?
Not yet.
Пробуйте ще раз, там з першого разу не спрацьовує. Оцю кнопочку, що ви натискували.
Показ слайдів, коли ви включаєте презентацію, включіть показ слайдів, і слайди включаться на весь екран.
Чомусь мені не вдається, не знаю чому.
У нас вірус в Україні вже другий день.
От кнопочка, яка запускає слайди, там внизу, там де масштаб.
Можна і там, да.
І просто двічі потрібно, бо воно з першого разу не спрацьовує.
Можете тут запустити зверху, там де...
Або F5 кнопку спробуйте. F5 воно повинно запустити презентацію.
F5?
F5.
Пробую, мені щось не вдається.
Ну, ще як варіант завантажити презентацію, щоб хтось її запустив, будете говорити.
О, пішло.
Пішло.
Пішла?
Пробуйте, чи гортається просто.
Так, все нормально.
Все нормально?
Так, все добре.
Ой, щось.
Ну, не треба збільшувати.
Бачу.
Окей.
Okay, so once again, I simply told you the basic things concerning the peculiarities of mineral thermal water resources of Transcarpathian and whether they could be called medical or not. So it's an interesting question and issue. So concerning the geological conditions and their location and their composition, it can be said that not only the mineral, but the thermal water is also for medical, can be used for medical purpose as well. So their main issue is the medical purpose, and that's why they are so important for the health tourism of Transcarpathia and of Ukraine as well. So if you look at the next slide, so you can see here the medical water resources seen in the territory of Transcarpathia. So here you can see the numerous places where thermal water and mineral water can be found in Transcarpathia. So if you look at this map, it's highlighted here that there is a big concentration concerning the territory where they can be found. So 2/3 of the country's thermal water resources are concentrated in the lowlands of Transcarpathia. It's highlighted here on the map as well on the previous slide, so that it's also of Ukrainian significance. The mineral water deposits of the region have a great variance. If you paid attention, they were mentioned with different colors. So these sources of the volcanic zone have a different chemical structure than the sources of the Pleistocene zone. So we have
the most well-known Cheyenne water, which is from the region of Hust. This spring is well-known from the historical period as well. It's quite rich in iron, magnesium, manganese, and calcium as well. But the sources of the flesh or sandstone zone in Svalava or other regions can be said as warm and hot springs, and we can find a quite big range of sour waters as well, which come from the upper layers also. So these types of mineral water are the deficits of our territory, and it can be seen. So how rich is this territory in the types of mineral and thermal water as well. So if you look at the next slide in this map, so you can see the variety, the geological variety of the territory. So why it's important to highlight that in various regions we can have various types of mineral water as they belong to different layers. So you can see that here is a quite big mountainous region as well, and the lowlands as well highlighted here. And you can see the waterways as well. So we can have different types of mineral water concerning the geological structure of the territory as well. So if we talk about thermal water and mineral water, we should also mention that there is another type of wellness industry or spa industry, which is special in Transcarpathia. That means having a bath in baths. It's very popular in the region of Lumshori, where you can see a picture. So it can be imagined like boiling water in a big vat, which can be used for medical reason as well. So it's heated from downstairs. So it's quite an extraordinary and extreme way of medical and wellness tourism of Transcarpathia, which is a peculiarity of our area. The other thing which should be highlighted is that the mineral water of our territory is also presented in different ways. So one of it is consuming it. So we can buy them in different shops, and we can use them not only for medical purpose as for the bath or the spa reason, but also for drinking. And the types of mineral water are shown here with some of the examples, and one the place of the consumers also can be seen here. It's in Cheyenne. So the other factor which is very important for the health tourism is in Transcarpathia, that is the hot springs. Concerning the hot springs of Transcarpathia, we have several places where it is used for the spa reason or case. So here in Vivekanand, in our town, we can see two various places where they have the hot springs, and where they use it for medical reason as well. A lot of tourists come to Vivekanand only for this purpose. And I would like to highlight the thermal bath at the Pachita spa in Vivekanand. In the last years, it's quite developing. But as another example, the Zakarpattia Transcarpathian Sports Center is the old Soviet type, but we should highlight that the structure of the water is the same in both places, and the original one is not the most European style at the Zakarpattia Center, as they use it from the Soviet era, and their thermal spring is quite well known all around the world, and their medical issues are also well known. The features of health tourism are very important to highlight as well. So they have some pluses and minuses as well. So some factors give an extra thing to the development of tourism, as for example the high rate of the length of the stay. So we can see here and the results of research conducted in 2017, that is in the pre-COVID period. So we can see that most of the guests spent quite a long stay here in Baraksas in the touristic points. The low seasonal difference is also a good factor which helps us to develop the health tourism. The low seasonal difference can be conducted because of the medical purpose, as all the people come here not because of the season that is only a period of rest, but they come here for the medical purpose. A negative factor of it is that the inland demand is quite big, more than enough, as to say. So we can even say that only inland demand is present in 2017, and we also can say that it's quite a bad factor that a high number of the institutions are closed here as well, and the strong territorial concentration is also a negative factor. So if we talk about the health tourism concerning its features, it can be seen that the inland demand is a lot more higher than that of the guests from abroad. And it can be also said that the quality of these resorts are not of that of Europe. So maybe that is one of the reasons of the low demand for the tourists of other countries. But it's also a great factor that most of the tourists spend here quite a long period. Another example from the territory is from Vinohrady. In Vinohrady, we also have a thermal spa at Teplica. There can be added that concerning the statistics, they have also quite a lot of guests from inland. Here is also a great inland demand, and because of the inland demand, the territory is not able to how to say it to develop in the certain way as to reach the European demands. We can see another example of medical tourism where there is a great investor environment. The difference can be seen even from the picture that the investor environment gives a great development to the possibilities which we have in Mazukasung, for example. There was also in the Soviet era a medical spa, but it was developed to the European standard in the last years. So the investor environment, that one, which is one of the highest developing points, as to say here in our region. The next figure shows us the data from Transcarpathian from 1990s to 2017. Sorry, here you can see the differences of places, that is sanitariums, prophylactic sanitariums, pensions, resort and spa resort, children's sanatoriums and children's health centers, one two-day wellness centers, and the total amount of the days spent of the places where you can spend your rest or your holidays or your free time if you choose Transcarpathian. It can be seen that the number of places is developing in some segments, but in some segments it's decreasing. The increasing number of resort and spa resort should be highlighted, as from the 1990s we have a quite increasing number in them. And for the sanitarium system, we should state that it was built and structured in the Soviet era, and still they are working. Some of them are closed from that types, but we don't know a huge amount of new sanitariums which would be opened in the last years. So it's concerning the district of Transcarpathian. So we can see here a picture concerning the district number of nights in percent. So how many percent of the tourists spend the night in that district, and the number of health tourism facilities in that regions. So we can see the greatest amount, that is 42% in Spalava region, where we can find most of the mineral water, and most of the sanitariums were organized by the Soviet era, also in that region. So we can see there that 10 places are present there to spend your holiday concerning healthcare. And also in the region of Mukachevo, you can also find 9 places of that. So it also gives 22% for that territory. The other places show quite a low rate concerning the percentage. So we should say, and we should highlight the region of Mukachevo and Spalava concerning the number of nights which are spent by the guests here in Transcarpathian concerning the medical purpose. And unique and specific area which I am going to present you as the case of Solotvina, or Afna Slatina as it mentioned in Hungarian. That situation is an extreme example of the management and the extreme situation which can be caused by the irresponsible management. So Afna Slatina or Solotvina is the region which was well known even in the medieval period for salt mining. Salt mining was very important in that region, and it gave an opportunity for health tourism as well. And here we should highlight that in the Soviet era, they opened a lot of sanitariums. These sanitariums were quite well working. They had a good opportunity for healthcare and even a unique natural health care in Transcarpathian, which gave a special climate in the mine. And there are those people who had asthmatic problems, so they had an opportunity to recover, even not only cure that stadium. And there the salt lakes had an extra opportunity for healthcare and health tourism. Here we should highlight that the irresponsible management caused a catastrophic situation. So they tried to use extremely the natural resources, but they did not put enough investment to the territory. The unique natural resource appeared here by the special appearance and spontaneous development of salt lakes, and it does not have organized frames and organized rules, that is to say. So we can say that this territory developed spontaneously, but not all of the factors were positive. The positive factor is that a lot of salt lakes appeared, but the negative factor that because of the irresponsible management, the catastrophic situation happened here, and as the mines collapsed, there the salt lakes appeared. So there is an interaction between these two things. As to show you in the picture, so even there was a case where there was a lack of space in the mines for healthcare. So you can see here a special way of curing asthmatic problems and allergic problems in the salt mine. So like a hospital, they gave an additional cure situation here. This was a unique place, and we even did not have such places in Ukraine in other territories. It was a specialty of the territory. The next picture shows you the Kunikund lake at Solotvina, which is the result of the collapsation of the Kunigunda mine. So such healthcare opportunity which we had here, and because of the lack of the investment, so we can see that from one point salt lakes appeared, but from the other point of healthcare and of medical tourism, so it had a quite a negative effect. So the next figure shows you a detailed picture of the area with the salt mines, shows at the map. So here you can see the number of 10 mines, and you can see here how are they formed. So for example, the 8th New Lewis mine is here, and the Old Lewis mine, which is with number 7, is collapsed, and now you can see here a lake. So this collapsing causes the creation of new salt lakes, but we can also see here that the territory and the boundary of the area is quite in danger as well. Here you can see a picture of the growing crater or syncline of the Old Lewis mine. So here you can see 1.2 million cubic meters of water. So it's quite a big territory, and you can see it's quite close to the village. So the next map, the satellite map, shows you the concentration of the territory of the sinkholes. It's an emerging problem here in Transcarpathian, and you can see how do they use it for the reason of health tourism as well. So here the local investment tries to make the most of the case. So you can see the original salt lakes, which took place here, where they are assigned in the map. And here with red, you can see the area of the sinkholes. You can see also a mine museum in the territory, which is even the area of the sinkholes as well. So you can see that it's quite close. So the area of the sinkholes is quite close to the highway, also to the railway, and also to the school or to the marketplace. So this situation is quite catastrophical and quite emerging. Here is also another picture concerning the subsequent crater of Solotvina, which is the newest one, as to say. And here again, the old salt lakes. So you can see how are they deformed. The more smaller lakes can be seen here also. And it's of crucial importance that such sinkholes can be also very dangerous for the population of the village or current territory. So, and also for the region of the territory as well. So we should say that it's very important that this special case of Solotvina was caused by different factors. It's very important that the country should be on another concept, and they should influence this cases of legislation, as well as currently it's quite careless. So currently there is a lack of necessity concerning normative standards and the objective statistical background. So we do not have any statistical data concerning the current situation, and we do not have normative standards concerning the usage of the natural resources. The land usage is not the proper one, as to say, and that's why due to its different components, so there is the current owners of this medical units or spas try to make most of it. So due to their different components, so we can say that the mineral and thermal waters can be widely used for bathing, drinking, and everyday consumption as well. It's a unique thing that even in such a territory like Transcarpathia, such types of mineral and thermal water can be found. Most of the sanatoriums and medical institutions were built close to that sources, and this natural significant localities are also used for the purpose of tourism here. Today, it's very important for the region of Transcarpathia that the most important touristic product of health tourism can be of national significance as well in this territory. If we look at the experience of the neighboring countries, that is of Hungary, there is a high potential in the development of the usage of the thermal resources, and as an addition to the traditional medical use of it, aquaparks and wellness facilities are gaining more attention in our territory as well. We would like to highlight the need as well, as it's not enough to use the natural resource, but we have to take care of them as well. The wellness facilities are given here. We have to simply develop them, and so somehow to use it for not only the current medical traditional tourism, but also to produce new touristic products in this field. And I'd like to thank for your attention, and if you have any questions concerning the topic, so you are welcome. So I think that it's such an emerging case of the use of health tourism resources in Transcarpathia, as we should talk about this issue. We hope that this situation, which is currently quite an emerging one, would like to highlight it, and in the scientific field we would like to also present the possibilities for the development of health tourism and the producement of new touristic points, destinations, even in Transcarpathia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Erika. Let me say a few words about your topic and about your presentation. Firstly, I would like to say to you thank you very much for your informative and interesting presentation about our Transcarpathia region and about our well, actually, tourism sector as a specific sector of our economy. Let me say a few words of the, to sum up. Actually, the speaker focused on the tourism sector, which plays really, I would say, maybe a vital or important role in the development of our Transcarpathian economic system. Truly, tourism is a sector which is given key attention in our regional strategies of Transcarpathia. And Erika also mentioned potential possibilities for its development. Actually, we may see, and Erika showed the main attractive destinations in Transcarpathia and the main demand tendency. She shows us the tendency to decrease of sanatoriums, resorts, and spa resorts, and so on. So actually, the territory of Transcarpathia is rich in natural and cultural resources, but actually the author stated their rudimentary or in some cases spontaneous usage of all natural resources. And also it is stated that the most important tourist product of Transcarpathia is the health tourism. Also, the overall picture has changed a lot nowadays. The country's health tourism is still primarily designed to meet the demand of inbound tourism. Examining the health tourism of Transcarpathia, Erika reveals many opportunities and contradictions, and it's a result of her research investigation. The author aims to provide an insight into the health tourism of the country to point out its exceptional features and to reveal its specific problems. The health tourism and catastrophic situation of salt mines, Lotvino, as you may see, are presented as an extreme example, but in general, this area, I think, needs more attention from authorities, both at local and state levels as well. So thank you very much, Erika, for your presentation. Now time is open for maybe some questions, remarks from our attendees, please, dear colleagues. If no remark or questions, so I go back
Professor Nina, you may invite Dr. Sairung is here. Dr.
Sairung, would you like to make some remarks or comments to the presentation?
Thank you so much, Professor Nina. I have no questions, but I want to give compliment to the presenter that her presentation is very insightful, and we got a lot of benefits from her research in terms of spa business development. Unfortunately, here in Thailand, we don't have that kind of spa because of the spa resources, the limited spa resources here. But in the place of spa teachers, yep, I'm also lecturing spa here in Ubon Ratchathani. I have some interest about how can we develop spa business in the ways of service, and here we are quite unique in terms of we are when we present Thailand, so we are presenting Thainess, and we can put that together in terms of spa product, both tangibles and intangible product. That would be more benefits for us if we could have the spa resources, more spa resources, just like in your country. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sairung. Thank you for your comments and for your estimation of the presentation. So thank you. Come back to moderator if you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, Rajan. Dr. Rajan.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes, I'm here. Just a moment. Okay. Moving to the next, I will introduce Dr. Sairung Dinkong Sung from Faculty of Management Science, Rashtatani Business School, I'm sorry for my pronunciation, University, Thailand. She will present Dr. Gina Alcoriza. The lecture is entitled Boosting Domestic Travel with Strengthened Agritourism. Dr. Sairung.
Yes, thank you so
Please.
much. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Professor Regine. I'm Sairung from Ubon Ratchathani University, Thailand. And it's my grateful to welcome another great speaker, Dr. Gina. She is not only a lecturer on tourism management, but she is also an expert, and she does lots of impacts for Philippines in terms of tourism development. She is a membership of Ambassador Philippines Associations of Researchers in Tourism and Hospitality. Also the board members of Union of Filipino Tourism Educators, the board secretaries of BICO Associations of Tourism and Hospitality Educators. She is also a tourism consultant and also the trainers for tourist police and BICO region in Philippines. She was also the president, maybe now she is also the councils of dean and program chairs for tourism and hospitality in Philippines. And also her research area is community-based tourism, event tourism, ecotourism, crisis management. And she is also the editorial board members of the Journals of Tourism and Hospitality Education in Nepal. Please welcome Dr. Gina on her topic of boosting domestic travel with strength and agri-tourism. Dr. Gina, please present your paper to the session.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Am I audible, Dr. Pankaj?
Yeah, you are audible. You are audible.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Gina, you are audible. Hope successfully you will complete the task.
Finally, Dr. Pankaj, and I pray for it. Thank you so much, Dr. Sairung, for the kind introduction. And I am very much happy to be with you once again with my FAI family. Okay.
Yes, a big family already.
As mentioned by Dr. Pankaj, that it's finally I came here to present my sharing for this session. So please let me share my screen. Okay, so I hope you can view now my screen. Okay, I hope you can view. Is it
visible
now? Okay, thank you so much. At least for now, it's visible, Dr. Pankaj. I can share. Okay, no interruptions at all. Okay, so my topic that I will be sharing for this evening, it's evening now here in the Philippines. It's around 10 o'clock in the evening. This is all about boosting domestic travel with strengthened agritourism, especially during this pandemic that we are experiencing lockdowns or border closures. So that's why it's as a professor in the tourism and hospitality program, it's our duty to inquire something about what's happening in our industry. So for this session, we'll be discussing about, of course, in the paper, it should have to include the situation of tourism during the pandemic, and of course a little discussion of how we change from the past to the present situation of tourism, and an inquiry about the role of agritourism and the domestic tourism, and proposing the strategies on how to boost travel, domestic travel through strengthened agritourism. So this actually some of the information that actually included. Okay, so to link our idea from the situation now, we have to go back sometimes that we happened now, or the performance of tourism in the before the pandemic. So it's really, you are very much familiar of this. So tourism is one of the world's largest sectors, and with regards to GDP, the best tourism is actually performing and providing job opportunities. It's actually a championing area of tourism even before the pandemic, and of course the spending, the visitor spending that really result to a global contribution for the GDP. Okay, so but we are actually problematic. Okay, so we experienced this COVID-19, and we experience a lot of restrictions, most particularly in the international travel. So we are restricted to internationally mobilize or to travel from one country to another. So because of this closure of our borders, in the global context, these are the effects. Okay, so we have such losses of our income. The spending decreased by 45%. So those are the things that actually we included in the paper, and the jobs that were lost. Okay, the women, youth, and minorities have been disproportionately affected because of the pandemic. So those are the things that we actually analyzed now, and then connect it to the present situation and how to come up with a strengthened agritourism because of the containment of people in the locality. Okay, so giving these thoughts, we have summarized this, that we actually needing the support of the government, and we have to actually check on the leaders and public officials initiatives in order for us to come up with such programs to recover tourism in our local levels. So if international mobility and travel is resumed by, actually this is by June, supposedly last June. Okay, this year, the 62 million jobs lost in 2020 could return before the end of 2022. So that's the forecast actually, and we are still looking forward for that. But I would like to inform you, my dear colleagues, that by December 1, we'll be offering our international our destinations for international tourists, but it's only limited for ASEAN, as long as you are fully vaccinated. Okay, so another thing that we actually look into is, of course, the domestic tourism, which accounts for around 75% of the tourism economy, as expected to recover more quickly. Okay, so in many areas, not only in the Philippines, we started domestic tourism in order for us to recover, in order for us to prepare for the reopening of the tourism for international travel. So in the case of tourism, we regard this, it's in the National Tourism Development Plan of the Philippines, that domestic travel is actually the backbone of the tourism industry, most particularly during this pandemic. Okay, so we open our domestic tourism, offering to our local and domestic travelers with these corridors. Okay, so we identified those places with least number of cases of COVID even last year. Then so we have here 3 at the northern part of the Philippines. So that's why I am just showing you how we go through with our domestic travel. And we opened the 2 major islands that we promoted it to our international tourists, our Boracay Island and Bohol. So they are actually contained, so they can strictly implement the protocols because it's really an island. Okay, and the Philippine government actually look forward to reopen those places adjacent to Manila, which is the capital of the Philippines. Okay, so in this context, so our driving recovery is, of course, the domestic tourism. It's the domestic travel for us to recover, and our target is to have such job opportunities and to reopen our small medium enterprises. Okay, so our stakeholders here strategize on lifting the travel restrictions in the limited areas. So say, for example, in one region, so the Philippines is composed of 17 regions. So we open first for regional, not only interregional. Okay, and for working with business to access liquidity supports, then apply new health protocols for safe travel. Depends on the local government unit that implements the protocols, and then restoring travel confidence, stimulating demand with new safe and clean labels for the sector, information application for visitors, then domestic tourism promotion campaigns, and most particularly in Facebook and the social media accounts, that we can actually capture our local tourists or and inform them with the reopening of the local destinations and preparing comprehensive tourism recovery plans to reveal destinations. So the LGUs, the local government units, are actually preparing for the reopening of their local tourism and be ready, maybe next year, be ready for international tourists to come, and encourage innovation and investment. The very purpose of this is to have a stronger, more sustainable and resilient tourism economy. Okay, so just to focus on, because of the restrictions of traveling or crossing international boundaries and crossing regional boundaries in our end, many local governments units concentrated on agritourism. Okay, so our stakeholders here told us that they actually concentrated on agritourism. They promoted agritourism. They developed a lot of agritourism sites during this pandemic. It's a form of commercial enterprise or establishment that links agricultural production and or processing with tourism in order to attract visitors onto a farm, ranch, or other agricultural business for the purpose of entertaining and for educating the visitors and generating income out from the expenditures of visitors to our farms, ranch, or business owner. Okay, so this is agritourism is synonymous to agro-tourism, farm tourism, or agricultural tourism, or sometimes it's called as agritainment. Okay, so why we have agritourism? This is the concept. Okay, it combines the elements of tourism and agriculture industries. So the Philippines is largely an agricultural country, so that's why it's good for us to develop our own industries. So what is actually the existing resources should be developed in order for us to recover from this pandemic. So attracts members of public to visit agricultural operations. So even before pandemic, we have a lot of agricultural or farm tourism sites here in many areas in the Philippines, but it's intensified during the pandemic. Designed to increase farm income. Okay, so a lot of investors actually design their farm of course, for their farm income, to maximize income, and provides recreation. So this is good for students, for the family, provides entertainment, recreation, and educational experience for visitors. So this is not only for lovers of plants or lovers of food, but of course for family, for senior citizens. So this is actually for the varied types of tourists. So we have here, I presented here the example of agritourism. So we have, in the Philippines, we have strawberry farms, we have corn mazes, we have that idea of farm to table with demonstration farms. Okay, so this is actually a concept of having or letting the guests to pick by their own the produce or the products in the farm, and they have it's their choice if they want to cook it in the restaurant by their own, or they have to let the cook or the chef to cook for them. And then agricultural, we have a lot of agricultural museums here because of our universities offering agricultural engineering, agricultural programs, and living history farms, rural bed and breakfast, garden tours. So we have garden tours like butterfly gardens, flower gardens or flower farms, dragon fruit farms, and organic farms, and vegetables farms. So vegetables farms are usually within the farm to table farm sites. Okay, so here are some of our, these farms actually are our stakeholders that we interviewed, okay? And, okay, so what are the benefits of agri-tourism? Okay, so we have a lot of benefits according to our stakeholders. We have the opportunity to connect with nature, rising incomes, of course, and of course the income, it should be in the local or in the rural or the local residents. Creation of additional jobs, and preserve agricultural lands. So because of the advancement of technology and because of a lot of development, most particularly in the rural areas, so there are farmlands that's converted into a commercial area. So say, for example, a complex for, we have here malls, Okay, so we have biggest malls here. So there are investors that really purchase or acquire land properties to farmland properties and convert it into hotels, resorts, and mall areas. Okay, so because of this farm agritourism, we can actually preserve agricultural lands, expanding the boundaries of tourist season. Okay, so this is a kind of, according to them, they're not experiencing peak and lean season. It's always peak because maybe of the farm products. Okay, so rising cultural level, rural small business development, revitalization of infrastructure. So because of this farm tourism sites located in the outskirts of development or in the rural areas, definitely the LGU have to develop their access to the farm, to the farms, in order for the guests to reach the area. And then local product development, of course. So we have, of course, we have, according to Dr. Tan, every destination is a unique destination. We have, it has a unique characteristic, definitely right. So definitely in these areas, we have local products, endemic products that we can actually find just there in that particular local area. So it's good for them, as local residents to develop it and promote it. Okay, so protection of local attractions, of course, and improving living standards of local residents, maybe because they were empowered and they have to sell their own products. Okay, they have jobs, so definitely their living standards may improve. Okay, expanding the boundary. Okay, I'm done with it. Diversified tourism offerings and reducing migration. I think it's true to other countries that those people in the rural areas are actually migrating to the urban areas to look for a job. But if we have such options that we can give to the local residents in terms of job opportunities, definitely they will not migrate. Okay, the protection of local attractions and the children participation mobility. Okay, so agritourism is a child-friendly tourist concept. Okay, so for us, okay, to have a light for, or share light to our stakeholders, guided by the Republic Act. No, it's a Philippine law, Republic Act number 10816. This is all about farm tourism in the Philippines. It's a regulation and guidelines, and then how to strengthen agritourism in order for us to reopen our tourism and let people have incomes, jobs, and increase tourist arrivals in the future. For now, it's local or domestic. Okay, so the strategies must be have or anchored with this goals and objectives, and it should be within the geographical concentration and with the preferred timeline. With, of course, we need to look and integrate inclusivity, and it should be updated. So inclusivity in a sense that we have to be fair to everyone. We have to empower people. We have to give a chance for women and youth to participate. And then, of course, for our strategies, we must have such action plans. And these strategies must be resulted to improve policy, effective industry-driven network, targeted marketing, meaningful standards, stewardship education, tour packages. It's actually a good advice for the stakeholders to have an experiential tour for the guests in order for them to experience a delightful experience from the farm. And then festivals and events that features the different crops or products in the area. And then farm to table concept, it's really happening. Then improved facilities, local product development and innovation because of these farms, and our local chef can actually innovate cuisines out from our local ingredients. Then local people empowerment and new business models. Okay, so in our area, okay, so we have pili. It's a pili nut. Okay, I know it's endemic in the Philippines. So we have a lot of variety of products that we innovated out from that nut. And we have also such an entrepreneur that developed, okay, and a chef also, an entrepreneur at the same time, a chef, developed such ice cream with different flavors out of our local products. And of course, our target for this strategies is to increase tourist arrivals for now for local and domestic. Then when we have that aim tourist arrivals, we can have that income and jobs for our local residents. And of course, we can help also our investors. In our place, okay, just to flex this to you, I'm in Albay. This is one of the provinces in the Philippines. We have here the Albay Tourism Circuit. We nicknamed our place as Perfect Destination, and we have identified as a circuit for agritourism. So we have the terrestrial, nature, farm, and ecotourism. This is actually the map of my province, and we have a lot of natural areas here. So we do the mapping in our of our different attractions, and we made such circuits for our tourist destination. So for now, since we are in the pandemic, although we are now reopening our borders for international travels, okay, so we are still looking forward to have a more successful tourism, more tourist arrivals, more income for our local residents through agritourism. Okay, so my dear colleagues, I would like to share to you this, and I would like to remind everyone that the greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. So that's why it's as educators, it's our initiative also on how to help them. That's why, according to Dr. Sayarung, I am actually helping a lot of local government units in wellness tourism and community-based tourism. I have research now. I am ongoing research about coastal tourism, just to help the fisher folks in one of the municipalities near my university. Okay, and small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world. So we can actually start with what is available in our locality, and then make it global. Okay, so we have a saying here that bring Bicol to the world. Okay, Bicol is my region. Okay, and alone we can do so little. Together we can do much. I hope this FAI through Dr. Pankaj and Sir, the President, can help us more educators around the world to inspire more and do more research in order for the world to have a sustainable one, to have a sustainable economy, and to have sustainable tourism. So my dear colleagues, thank you for listening, and I would like to thank you all for having me tonight. Sir Pankaj, Dr. Sairum, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gina. Thank you so much for your insightful presentations on agritourism. Yes, just like you said, I totally agree with you that tourism is still a tool for developing country developing, and since we are under the pandemics, have been under the pandemics for almost 2 years, we cannot go outside our country, so domestic is the solution. So and agritourism is other choice if the optional choices for domestic tourists, because they are bored already to stay home, work from home, work from hotel and so on. So they are bored already, and they want to go outside, to go somewhere else. Maybe the places nearby their home, maybe in the farm or in the garden flowers or something, which could benefit both of tourists and local people. And I also agree with your presentation that you have mentioned. There are lots of benefits of agritourism, just like you said. And aside from tourist experiences, you also highlighted the very important point, like agritourism can connect with nature, which can create tourist experience and benefit local people. Since this kinds of tourism can raising incomes for those who live in local areas, and the rural small business can be developed in the same time. And also local product, yeah, it would be developed in terms of they have to respond to tourists' needs, right? Both products and experience. And most important thing is it can reduce migration, so people can stay at what they were born and can help each other to develop their sweet home. Yes, that was you have highlighted, and I think most of us will agree with you in this point. Yeah, I also agree. Little we can do less, but together we can create different things. We can make differences for this world. And thank you so much, Dr. Gina, once again for your insightful presentations. And please, audiences, if you have questions or you have comment, please give to our presenter. Dr. Gina is already here with us.
Okay, so this is not the query because this is a congratulations to Dr. Gina for nice presentation. So long back in 2003, it is almost 18 years back, I visited your place, Manila, Philippines. So I stay for about 23 days for one that is training program on integrated pest management, IRI, International Rice Research Institute. So still I enjoy it. And I visited 2 villages. Still I remember one of the farmer, his name is Mr. Masajo. So he is cultivating raised organically without any fertilizer, without any pesticides, and we compare his field with neighboring fields where the pesticides and fertilizers were used. His yield, paddy yield, rice yield, it was higher than those, what to say, farmers having chemical pesticides and the fertilizers. But he used the, what to say, pest and the disease resistant rice variety. Then he used also the ducts for control of the pest. And when we inquired to Mr. Masazo, why your yield is higher? So he commented that just like human being, so at the initial stage, some disease and the pest may come. When the plant is healthy, then automatically the immune system will be developed. So it was very nice. And the thing is actually, since we belong to the agriculture faculty, so the agritourism is the it is having a bright future, as you have already pointed out, because you have mentioned about the migration, because in our country also, our farmers are facing the problem because there is still migration is going on. Every day, more than 2,000, more than 20,000, 30,000 farmers, they are leaving farming. The reason is we should not concentrate only in what you say traditional agriculture. The time has come for high-tech agriculture. For example, high-tech floriculture, flower cultivation, and all those things. So that is why the concept given in India also, we do call as Maya, motivating and attracting youth in agriculture. So in the next generation, how we can attract the youth in agriculture. So here, there are many options. One of the best option is your agritourism. By doing agritourism, we can motivate and attract youth in agriculture in order to set the migration. The second point is actually, by doing this agritourism, we can enhance the income of the farmers. The last point is the health. Nowadays, not only the food security, health security, nutritional security, it is also the concern of the public. That is why most of the people, tourists, not only the domestic, what to say, tourism, even the tourists coming from abroad in our country, in our, even my state also, they do not like to stay in the, what to say, big hotels and the restaurants in the big cities, because cities, for example, it may be Delhi, it may be Mumbai, it is highly polluted. So they prefer to stay in those places where the farm is there in the form of agritourism. So now the last, because I like to seek your expert opinion, is actually, if we say agritourism, what type of combination? Whether tourism, it should be combined with floriculture, means flowers, or tourism, it should, whether it should be combined with organic vegetable cultivation, or tourism, whether it should be combined with tree, for example, fruit trees, as you have mentioned about the dragon fruits and all those things. So it is very much interesting. Since I belong to the northeastern India, having boundaries with that is five, that is international boundaries, Myanmar, Bhutan, Nepal, Bangladesh. So in my opinion, since in our area, the land holding of the farmers are very small, it is more less than 1 hectare. So in my opinion, so we are giving our option, that is, if we combine tourism with integrated farming system. If we say integrated farming system, it includes it may include vegetables or fruits, plus fish, then plus animals. So if we combine this integrated farming system and the tourism, then there will be a bright future for the unemployed youth also, for the tourists also. That is my opinion. So I like to seek your experts' opinion. If we do integrated farming system, the farm that is then you can get even organic food, organic vegetables, then fresh meat, even the fresh fish like that. So what is your opinion? I am throwing this ball to you. What is your expert view?
Okay, sir, thank you so much for the information, and thank you for visiting the Philippines for 23 days. And I agree with you what our farmers are really doing here. And of course, with this kind of options that you are giving me, I would like to go with organic. Okay, so here we are actually experiencing a lot of offerings for farm tourism or agritourism. That's actually for organic type. Why? Because we can offer it as wellness tourism too. Okay, so because people now are looking for healthy foods.
Yeah.
Okay, so they are as you told us that it's food security is now a concern of the society. So it's good for us maybe to develop or to offer organic farm.
Yeah. So, madam, you are talking about the organic farm, but this organic farm, organic cultivation, organic crop production, without animal component, it is very difficult. Without cattle, it is very difficult. The farmers, they cannot afford this organic farming. So that is why if we like to do this organic farming, the cattle is a must. Without cattle population, we cannot do organic farming. That is why I am suggesting about the integrated farming system. Either your crop, it should be combined with animal, for example, cattle, so that actually it can boost the organic farming also. That is my opinion. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Well noted, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Premjit. May I share my own experience on the organic food issue that you have just mentioned? Depends on my work. Yes, also we are working on the social enterprise, and we visited villages. They are farmers. They are producing rice. We have seen two different ways of rice productions here in Ubon. The first one, so they have been producing in the organic way in the rice farming. In the beginning, so they have had some difficulties in the production process because in their thought, I think the most difficult things is the mindset of the farmer. But since they go on and they are in the fourth stage already, since the rice product, the organic rice products of them can be sold, and it's quite demanded here, and they can sell the organic rice in the higher price than the traditional ways of rice productions compared to others in the same area. Since then, the farmers nearby, so they are getting interested in doing the organic ways of rice productions, but they need the help from governments in terms of empowerment them, funding them in the beginning stage, make them confident, and help them to distributions in terms of rice distributions. And you know what, after we visited them for many times, they can sell rice in higher price, and they can gain new customers every time we visit them because of people in the city. So they are survival. They are looking for organic rice, and they cannot be able to connect to the farmers who produce organic rice. And this is the opportunity for both customers and farmers in doing organic things and it could be connected to wellness tourism in the future, or maybe in the first stage already. And I totally agree. Please go organic ways. There are still lots of chance, but there's still lots of challenges also. But don't give up. Go on organic way, please. Here in Thailand and also Philippines, we are cheering up you to go on that way, Dr. Gina.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Cyrus.
Yeah, I have a small comment. And Professor Gina, thank you very much. It was very interesting. And in fact, it is the upcoming area as far as the tourism industry is concerned, because every place, every village, every location has something to offer. It is in mutual interest. We have seen in India, but it is not very strong so far, this particular industry, agri-tourism. But in selective places, both have been benefited. That means the tourists get the experience of doing the things by themselves, including sowing the seed or interculture operations or harvesting. And sometimes they also experience milking the animal, the cattle. So it's a great experience for them. Also, the children, they come to know about the products which are being produced. There is a joke, in fact, in our political circle, that one politician, he went to a village and then he saw the sugarcane crop. And he asked the farmer, "What is this?" So farmer says, "It is sugarcane." Now he says, "What do you do with that?" And then the answer is that the sugar is produced from sugarcane. He says, "Why don't you straight away grow sugar in the field? So it will give you much more benefit, straight away growing sugar." So that is the kind of ignorance people are having when they are not exposed to rural areas and the natural way of life. Also, one very senior person, he went to the field and saw a deer. Then he says, "Oh, that is the goat, isn't it?" So people told him, no, sir, it is not the goat, it is the deer." So these are the kind of things that happen when they are not exposed, the people are not exposed to the rural as well as the real life scenario. Now, in fact, the farmers sometimes get benefited by the experiences of the visitors. For example, the organic farming concept itself. For example, the integrated farming system, which Professor Premjit Singh ji told about, they are not fully aware about it and confused. So in that case, it is very helpful for farmers also, because sometimes the visitors themselves, they are very knowledgeable. And even for marketing, we have found that marketing of the products in big cities, towns, some linkages could be used. And the visitors, that is the tourists, help the farmers because of the kind of closeness that they develop. So in totality, I find your presentation very, very impressive. And there are many more areas which can be explored. Plus the analytics could be used as far as knowing the needs and requirements of the people is concerned. And then specifics could also be developed. For example, it could be floriculture. It would also be the apple gardening. It could be the fishery production, or it could be the dairy, and so on and so forth. Even for education, there are groups which are interested to know as to what is agriculture, what is horticulture, what is dairy farming, so all that. So in that way also, it could be very helpful. Thank you so much once again, and my compliments to you for excellent presentation.
Thank you, doctor.
Congratulations, Dr. Gina, for a successful presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pankaj.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so
Thank you
much,
for
sir.
being with
Thank you
us.
so much.
And Professor Premji Singh ji and Professor B.S. Bish, they are a stalwart of agriculture sciences of India. Their valuable feedback, definitely it will help you for the tourism purpose. And agrotourism, definitely it is a very hot cake for the tourism circuit as well. Hopefully tomorrow you will be present, because tomorrow the Director of Tourism of Uttar Pradesh government will be present. Once you have met during the online conversation last year, and she asked your presentation, you remember. Once the government of Uttar Pradesh organized a program and you given a presentation, and then the Director of Tourism asked your presentation. So tomorrow she will be present, so hopefully you will be with us. Right, I will share the schedule. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gina.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, let's going on. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Subramania Bhatt, Principal Swami Vivekanand, Vidyaprasarak, Mandal's College, Goa, India. He will present Dr. Volodymyr Hobela. His lecture is entitled Legal Support of Environmental Healthy. Dr. Bhatt, please.
Hello, can you hear me, madam? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Hello? Can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you
Dr.
can continue.
Hobela is a PhD in economics, associate professor, department in the management, Lviv State University of Internal Affairs, Ukraine, and advisor for FAI Executive Council.
Thank you, Dr. Ramania Bhatt, for presenting me.
His title of the paper is Legal Support of Environment Healthy Economic Development in Post-Industrial Society. I welcome Hobela to present the paper. Okay, carry on, Hobela. All the best for presentation.
Thank you for presenting me. I'll start sharing my screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say thanks to all organizers of this conference, of this great scientific event, and to all members of FAI Academy and all scientists that join this conference. I have a short presentation on a topic of legal support of environmental healthy economic development in post-industrial society. A distinctive feature of the economy in the 20th century was the rapid pace of industrialization, which led to the depletion of natural resources, increasing pollution, and consequently increasing the number of global environmental and social problems. The modern economy is distinguished by intensive use of natural resources, which in turn causes a crisis in the environment and significant number of environmental problems. Moreover, globalization makes local problems global. At the same time, a significant part of the world's population is below the poverty line, experiencing shortage in food and drinking water. There is a significant level of population stratification, social income stratification, education, and etc.
Dr. Hobela, your slide is not changing. Please take care about it.
Well, I just do it in presentation mode. Just click the first one.
Is it changing now?
Slideshow. You just do it.
Володя, вони в тебе не переключаються.
Секунду. Попробую так. And now? Зараз переключається?
It is a visible it is. Now it's okay.
It's okay now.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for that. It's some problems with my. Okay, it can be claimed.
problem.
Yes, maybe, yeah. It can be claimed that social injustice and tensions are rising. The ever-growing population and the low-growing population need as their driving forces that stimulate the growth of production and consumption of various goods. However, modern society needs an immediate restructuring of the socioeconomic development. The growing number of global environmental, economic, and social problems has required the development of new way of managing and transforming socioeconomic development into a new form. There is an urgent need to form an economic development that takes into account human and environmental factors. According to last researchers, we are starting a period of post-industrial development. Post-industrial society is objective reality nowadays. It is the next stage of human development after the period of industrialization. Undoubtedly, post-industrial society has its characteristics. The specificity of the new form of social development is due to the need to counteract and neutralize the threats that have arisen as a result of too intense a period of industrialization. Features of post-industrial development were identified in the late 20th century as follows. The predominance of the share of the service-based economy over the manufacturing-based economy. This also applies to an increase in the number of employed people in the service sector than in the manufacturing sector, reducing the amount of manual labor and replacing it with intellectual labor. Replacement of applied knowledge with theoretical knowledge. Considerable attention is paid to moral and ethical aspects that take place in the introduction of new technologies and industries, development of new scientific disciplines and spheres. Accordingly, the socioeconomic development has to cover these areas. The main problems and of natural resources which threatens the further balanced development of the world community. Okay, the very first one is exorbitation of environmental problems and depletion of natural resources, which threatens the further balanced development of the world community. Exorbitation of social problems and social tensions in society caused by the consumer mentality. Prospects for economic development are extremely questionable. The reason for this is limited resources, the so-called limit of growth, and the crisis of consumerism, ideas that do not stand the test of time. After analyzing the main characteristics and problems, we conclude that the development of post-industrial society is impossible without taking into account ecological dominance. Therefore, the main vectors of development in post-industrial society are supposed as the next. Social and spiritual development of human, development of the service-based economy, greening of social development. Thus, we can present the main goals of post-industrial development as follows. Support and development of the service-based economy, increase in the number of employees employed in the service sector, increasing the number of representatives of intellectual labor and social services, ensuring the process of transformation of knowledge into an estimated form of capital, raising the cultural and moral and ethical level of population, formation of ecological conscience of the population and environmentally healthy behavior, inclusive development of society, promotion and spiritual development of human. Accordingly, the next stage of this research will be the identification of the basic theoretical concept for the transformation of social development in post-industrial society. To do this, we must take into account the main vectors and goals of the development in post-industrial society. Taking into account the studies and adding another component, socio-economic, we have formed the theoretical elements of socio-economic development in society, in our nowadays society. Modern approaches to ensuring the socio-economic development are quite verified. Accordingly, it is necessary to assess and identify the most optimal concept for the transformation of human development. To do this, we develop an algorithm for such analysis. First of all, carry out theoretical analysis and identify the main models. Then to form groups of elements according to their feature and specificity, to choose a cluster for the formation of an expert group. Develop counter questions from questionnaires to determine the most optimal socioeconomic development elements. Select the appropriate specialist and form an expert group to conduct the survey. An important stage of analysis is to determine the degree of agreement of experts' opinions. Survey of members of the expert group, collect results and carry out their primary processing. Process the results of the analysis, structure them, and draw appropriate conclusions. The question designs to assess the concept of post-industrial transformation were based on the following criteria: environmental health, economic security, and social development. The result of the analysis was the establishment of the most optimal concept of post-industrial transformation, which according to the established criteria gets the greatest result. The processed results of this analysis are presented on this graph. Accordingly, it is established that the most optimal concept of post-industrial transformation is the growth concept. This concept receives the highest score on these three criteria. These researches were made connected to the Ukraine's economy and socio-economic development of Ukraine. Thus, the growth concept visualizes a purposeful process of economic and social transformation in order to harmonize social development. In essence, this is a concept that provides for a gradual reduction in overall consumption, which will reduce material production, reduce the level of anthropogenic pressure, and create the necessary conditions for spiritual development. Representatives of this trend are deeply convinced that the growth is the only way to preserve the natural environment and ensure the harmonious development of the world community. Accordingly, the results of the studies suggest that this is a fundamental concept of future development. Achieving the main goals of the concept of the growth involves a reduction of consumption due to the establishment of environmental restriction on the use of resources, including energy. Reduction of aggregate demand due to the transformation of public consciousness, dominance of eco-marketing ideas and reduction of commercial advertising of consumer goods, formation of self-sufficient local economic system to reduce the volume of international trade, the number of international companies, and reduce the volume of transport. The concept of degrowth is based on theory of anti-consumerism and social behavior, which is called downshifting. Downshifting implies that a person tries to find an optimal balance between work and leisure, reduce the stressful nature of modern life, and move to more moral, ethical, and spiritual way of life, while reducing their needs and consequently total consumption. It is important to note that despite its decentralized nature, the growth requires top-down implementation measures. Sorry. Based on the result of this research and the results of empirical research, the next stage is the formation of socio-economic development model. Such models should take into account the main theoretical provisions, goals, and objectives of socio-economic development in post-industrial society, including all these components. The final stage is to develop the main ways of legal support of socio-economic development in modern society. based on the study results. Accordingly, to ensure the formation of socio-economic development model, it's necessary to use the results of the analysis to develop the main direction of legal support of such process. First of all, promoting the formation of local economic system based on the principle of self-sufficiency. Legal restriction of commercial advertising in public space, promotion of socio-ethical marketing and advertising. Legislative restriction of working hours, the introduction of norms on the creation of more flexible work schedules. Legislative regulation to increase the service life on equipment, technical means, devices and goods to reduce the level of their products and improve quality characteristics. Legislative restriction on the excessive use of vehicles, residential and office premises that are not environmentally healthy, consume a lot of energy and are not energy efficient. Economic and legal regulation of the use and production of environmentally healthy vehicles. Limit production growth through the introduction of environmental restriction and regulations, including quotas, action trading for scarce resources, and the use of preferential tax rates. To form a mechanism for legal provision of preferential lendings to those type of business that contribute to the preservation of the environment, development of human capital, and create a positive social effect. So thank you for your attention. Do you hear me well? Sorry. Am I audible?
Yes. Yeah. Audible, sir. Audible.
So Dr. Hobela has completed his talk. Your comments are required.
Yes, I mentioned the nicely presentation that the models also he explained. So many things which are the required for the industry that he explained, sir. There is a nice presentation in short he made and very beautifully he presented. These are my comments, brief comments I want to give. There is a congratulations to Obela. You have done wonderful job. I think this paper can be also published. There is a good Scopus or any good journals. You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Subramania Bhatt. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hobela.
Professor Hobela,
yeah, please.
I'd like to have a small query from you. You talked about spiritual development also, and maybe that happiness index as well. Now, in that direction, I wanted to know what are your experiences with respect to design of the smart cities? Are the smart cities aiming at technological smartness, or these are also aimed at more happiness for people and better output from people as well? Any comment in this regard or any observation that you have?
Thanks for your question. I didn't research deeply to this concept of the smart cities, but I'm supposed that smart cities is the future of our development. So the concept of the smart cities and this theory is implemented to this the growth theory and future development of people. Maybe I didn't understand all this question, but you required about spiritual development also, yes? I have a
Okay.
And spiritual development, about this development, the theory suppose that while people will be working less, they will have a lot of time to visit theaters, museum, and not to take part all time in this so-called rat races, but just spend time with families and to spend time with families and develop spiritual maybe values.
My observations with respect to smart cities is that the executors, the planners, they have not fully understood the concept. In fact, the concept of smart cities will start from smart people. And smart people, probably what you have tried to explain and tried to define. And that is the beginning point. And then we can have the smart cities also designed accordingly. The smart cities may not be high-tech cities in all the respects, but maybe that people have little more time for themselves, people have good health, people have more happiness, and people should be able to give away to the society to the maximum possible extent. And whatever profession they are, whether student or the players or sports persons or the scientists or the nurses or doctors, whatsoever it is, they could give maximum output in minimum possible time so that they have more time for themselves, more time for their families, as you rightly told. And maybe that if there are some observations with respect to the smart cities, smart people, I'd like to hear from the audience, from the experts, those who are present over here. Because the governments are going to spend huge amount of money in developing smart cities. And in my opinion, most of the times, the concept itself is vague and is not very well understood by those who are planning or those who are leading.
In fact, I fully agree with Professor B.S. Biff about the concepts that those who have laid the foundation for smart city concept across India in different cities. Geographically, they are different, people-wise, they are different, socio-economic patterns are different, and ethical values are also different. So basically, what is happening is there is no amalgamation or there is no integrated thinking about how to incorporate this and make a particular city, a smart city based on their needs of that local area. So I guess the planning itself has been some, with a special context to India I'm talking about, is that we are missing somewhere and we need to bridge those and they must seek regular advices from the experts in different areas to make it a real smart city. Keeping the heritage problem, also safeguarding the heritage, safeguarding everything so that it can be linked to the tourism, it can be linked to, the concepts, to the faith, to belief, to ethical values, to social upgradation, and so on. So that's what I would like to say.
Sir, here I want to add for a little more. There is so many times it happens that there is a local bodies and state government and central government. There is a misconception it becomes. There is one of the reason there is a smart cities are not up to the level it is going. For example, in the state is having a local government or a local authority and the state government, different political, in that case, there will be problem comes. They should be cooperate, keeping all the aside other things. That is my opinion, sir.
That's good.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hobela. As per your commitment, you fully justified. I hope that you are not well, but you have made a commitment. I highly appreciate your effort. And I would like to request all of them, because Dr. Hobela is suffering from fever, but he is totally committed for his commitment he made to give a presentation. Is highly
Yes,
appreciated.
thank you. Thank you. Very nice.
Thanks
Yes.
a bunch.
Yes. Rajani, please.
Yes, yes. Just a moment. Yes. Now, I would like to introduce Professor Dr. Raghu Raman, Chief Advisor of MIRA Consulting Firm, former faculty, School of Business Management, ICT, Oman, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. He will present Dr. Zélia Brenda. Her lecture today is entitled Current Perspectives on the Use of Blockchain Technology in the Tourism Sector. Please.
Good evening to one and all. It's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Zélia Breda, Assistant Professor of Department of Economics, Management, Industrial Engineering and Tourism from University of Aveiro from Portugal. This university was founded in 1973. She holds a PhD in Tourism, MA in Chinese Studies and BSc in Tourism Management. She is a director of the MSc in Tourism Management and Planning. She is also a member of the Resource and Research Unit Governance. Her topic is on blockchain technology in tourism, perspectives of blockchain technology in tourism sector. When I say blockchain technology is a poised to revolutionize many parts of our daily life. We are using that directly or indirectly, even though we trade. This technology promises to improve the transparency and security in transactions. When you say travel industry, travel and tourism industry, most of the transactions are through intermediaries. This can be avoided, and transparency is very important thing. This is one of the leading way for this blockchain technology is a leading in the tourism industry as experienced with this. I request Zélia Breda to continue our session. Welcome, Dr. Zélia.
Thank you very much. My pleasure to be part of this conference. Good afternoon, everybody, or good evening. I will start sharing my presentation. I hope it will go up with no problems. Okay, it's already on. So basically, I'm sharing you today a reflection about blockchain and its potential impact on the tourism industry. Not aiming to provide answer, but rather some food for thought. So it's not new that technology is changing the world as we know it. In the last 2 years, we have experienced a major shift in business practices. And although we are living in certain times, it has surely been one of the main drivers to digitalization, having a profound impact in many aspects of our lives, but also creating new opportunities for businesses. The tourism industry still has a long way to go in terms of technological transformation, innovation, and in devising new avenues to sustain its growth in the future. Therefore, the implementation of blockchain technology can be an opportunity. Blockchain has primarily received significant attention in finance because of the new technological innovations in the form of crypto assets, such as Bitcoin, but blockchain technology goes far beyond it. So what is blockchain actually? So basically, blockchain is a distributed database that is made up of a list of bundles called blocks that are attached to each other. Under normal circumstances, these blocks cannot be modified once they are accepted as part of the total chain in a non-centralized procedure. To better understand the concept of blockchain, which is a bit complex, this video provides an overview of blockchain technology, how it works, and it could be done with it, and its main advantages. I hope the sound works.
Blockchain is one of the biggest buzzwords today. It is considered one of the most promising emerging technologies, a technology that has the potential to transform business as we know it. But what is blockchain? Simply explained, blockchain is a database or digital ledger of transactions. But this database is different from traditional databases as we know them. In a traditional database, data is stored on a centralized server with a single authority empowered to change or delete the data. In blockchain, the data is shared across a network of computers that all run on a special software that ensures all data remains identical. That's not all. Data is secured using cryptography and can only be changed by people authorized to do so. Before we delve further into how blockchain technology works, let's start by understanding what a block is. A block is a piece of information that is made up of data. The block contains a timestamp, which is used to create what is called the hash of the block. The block also has the hash of the previous block. There are various kinds of data that can be stored in a block. The data can be related to medical records, election information, smart contracts, or land records. The hash is the unique identity of a block, much like the fingerprint of a human being. Every block also contains the hash of the previous block. This is what creates a chain of interconnected blocks and gives this technology its name. Every time a new block is added, a timestamp is added to all the transactions. So, how does blockchain really work? Let's take the example of Bob. Bob wants to buy a house. He finds a house that he likes and decides to buy it. When he buys the house, the owner, Tom, has to sign a document that says Bob now owns the house. Tom also has to provide proof that when he bought the house, the previous owner signed a similar document giving him ownership of the house. This document also has to be given to Bob for his records. In essence, the house has to have proof of the chain of ownership all the way to the beginning. Blockchain is like that. For each unit of the chain, there is a cryptographically verifiable chain of the history of ownership. In blockchain, the registry is distributed to everybody. This means that anyone can verify, at any time, how many units are in circulation, who owns them, and what the history of their ownership is. Transactions are not just verified by one single authority, but by the consensus of multiple users. Because the information is stored across various computers, it makes it very hard for anyone to change or delete the data without others on the network noticing. The result? The blockchain helps to securely store and validate sensitive information in a way that is...
Oh, I'm sorry. I changed it. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Also has to be given to Bob for his is a cryptographically verifiable chain of the history of ownership. In blockchain, the registry is distributed to everybody. This means that anyone can verify, at any time, how many units are in circulation, who owns them, and what the history of their ownership is. Transactions are not just verified by one single authority, but by the consensus of multiple users. Because the information is stored across various computers, it makes it very hard for anyone to change or delete the data without others on the network noticing. The result? The blockchain helps to securely store and validate sensitive information in a way that establishes trust. It can also help to reduce costs, improve speed, and enhance productivity. At CGI, we are committed to helping organizations across industries harness emerging technologies to accelerate their transformation. Blockchain technology is one such opportunity. Join us to transform this opportunity into enduring value.
So basically, the major characteristic of blockchain is intermediation. There is no need of a central authority due to the peer-to-peer nature of the network. Security, the use of public key cryptography provides a high degree of confidence and security. The network nature also provides a more resilient system. Automation, blockchain can facilitate greater autonomous. I'm so sorry, I have my kid today with me, so. I'm so sorry. Automation, blockchain can facilitate greater autonomous actions, such as smart contracts, increased efficiency and accuracy. Also, immutability, the data on the network are connected to preceding data, which means that any attempt to change data requires significant adjustments to multiple areas. Trust, With no third parties needed to be involved in a transaction, greater trust is possible, and parties can deal directly with each other. Costs can be cut due to third-party removal and traceability. Transactions on the blockchain network can be traced to authenticate their origin and path. So in the context of tourism, there has been little discussion on the literature and application of the blockchain technology and its use for the overall business operations. The field of medical tourism has been the first area where the implementation of this technology has been investigated in more detail. It is, however, possible to identify potential areas of adoption and implementation of blockchain technology in the tourism sector, representing avenues for future research. For instance, secure traceable payments in crypto assets. So cryptocurrencies based on blockchain technology easily allow interchange of money without the need of trusted third parties, which enables the emergence of new forms of customer-to-customer transactions for tourism products. We have the experience of the use of Bitcoin in online travel products shopping, for instance, in Expedia. TUI, the online, not also online, but the big tour operator, is also already adopting blockchain technology in its booking, reservation, and payment systems. Other examples in the tourism industry that accept Bitcoin as payment include cheap air, one-shot hostels, and webjets. International travels also benefit from having a unified, cashless, and countless payment system without the need of carrying foreign currency cash. Tracking and service customization. So establishing a blockchain-based supply chain system, especially in the gastronomy industry, would be a great opportunity. One of the biggest advantages of such system is the tracking of the food supply at each stage of its journey until it reaches the end customer, which is very relevant in terms of sustainability. Other possible applications can be found in the airline industry and tracking luggage, for instance. Identification services and digital IDs. Identification services are important for the travel industry, and blockchain can potentially store this information. For instance, it has the capacity to drastically reduce check-in times or queues in airports, as a fingerprint This could alleviate identity theft and ease of verification of documents. Also relevant nowadays in terms of health passport, as already being introduced in some countries because of the COVID pandemic. Disintermediation. So blockchain technology can lead to the second wave of disintermediation in the tourism industry, having the potential to remove the new intermediaries such as the online travel agencies and global distribution systems from the tourism supply chain. Blockchain-based, open source, and decentralized online travel platforms such as Wind in the Tree and Hotel P2P can potentially eliminate such intermediaries and make their market power, linking consumers to suppliers directly. This also means that inventory management can be improved by using blockchain-based systems in terms of showing real-time inventory of accommodation and its prices, which can then be shared by stakeholders. Loyalty programs. Blockchain can also assist the loyalty programs. For instance, Loyal, which is a company that was created for this purpose, aims to solve the problem of accumulating enough points for customers so that they can use the points at any organization that is part of the blockchain. Smart contracts. Smart contracts can be created between hotels and travel agencies on blockchain, which can increase payment time between partners and help to sell more rooms due to better real-time information. In addition, smart contracts can facilitate the supply chain in restaurants, for instance, by tracking order supplies. It lets the business owner or manager to see where the order is, and whether there is any delay in delivery. For instance, TUI Group has developed a blockchain-based system with internal smart contracts that manages bed capacities in real time in its bed swap project. Integrated property management systems. So blockchain technology can greatly advance companies' content delivery. For instance, room allocations and distributions via online bookings, customer and inventory data storages, and or back office functionalities. Verified rating and review systems. The trustworthiness of online consumer reviews is sometimes questioned, since centralized systems can be manipulated. In order to have fair online reviews, a common review and data system which provides individuals with traceable identities could be created as part of the blockchain without personal identities to be revealed. Collaborative initiatives and due diligence. Blockchain can improve the coordination between stakeholders. If, for instance, a passenger does not do the check-in for the flight, this can trigger an update of the inventory of the car rental company, for instance, and the availability of the hotel. And smart tourism. Another area for research that relates to blockchain technology lies in the development of smart cities, which are closely related to smart tourism and tourism destinations. It is evident with these examples that technology is critical for a destination to become smart. Trust plays an important role in overcoming perceptions of uncertainty and risk when using different forms of technology to collect, analyze, and share data. In addition to security, privacy is also a very relevant issue. Which data is shared, to whom, and what purpose? Thus, it is very important to protect users of sharing services from fraud, liability, and unskilled service providers. In this regard, smart contracts have the potential to overcome the previously identified problems. The economic system, which is built on blockchain technology, runs without people, thus making a transaction trust-free. Blockchain technology provides an alternative to eliminate intermediaries, thereby lowering operational costs and increasing efficiency. Basically, a smart contract involves establishment of terms between two parties, being written using a computer code without controls, which controls its execution. Transactions are trackable and irreversible. This allows predicting market uncertainties and trends, particularly important also for crisis management. Smart contracts are important to ensure transparency and trust, reduce bureaucracy, eliminate communication problems, enhance performance and outcomes. It is also important to help manage and control public investment, ensuring a better use of resources. Particularly for the hospitality industry, smart check-in and check-out and a smart stay can be enhanced. Smart contracts can also ensure smart pricing and budgeting. Existing technology can monitor the tourist activities at the destination and attribute different prices according to their behavior. For instance, if one tourist wastes more water in the shower, he or she pays more because produces more variable costs. The same principle applies to destination taxes and also for the internal costs for the company. Looking into a not so distant future, brain-computer interface is something that we have to consider. There are already advancements in this direction, and it has a huge potential to introduce major disruption for businesses. This short video can illustrate it very clearly.
Our nervous system is how we communicate with the world. It allows us to taste, see, hear, smell, and touch. Neural interfaces are devices that interact with our nervous system. They can be placed on the inside or outside of the brain or body and can restore or even change what we're able to do. early neural interfaces, such as cochlear implants and devices to treat hearing loss, first emerged in the 1960s.
Daddy loves you. Daddy loves you. Daddy. Yes, here. Can you hear Daddy?
Deep brain stimulation to treat tremors in Parkinson's disease was first approved in the US in 1997.
You can see this quite.
And more recently, experimental treatments have emerged which aim to allow people with paralysis to walk again.
They could even take a few steps over ground, hands-free. For me, seeing this recovery was amazing.
With increased investment and advances in neuroscience and computing, the technology is being miniaturized and becoming more powerful. In the future, neural interfaces could replace some pharmaceutical treatments, meaning that your prescription could be for a neural interface rather than a drug. You may be able to buy neural interfaces to train your brain to improve your concentration or your memory, and they may allow you to perform better or sleep easier. However, the most extraordinary potential uses of neural interfaces concern how humans interact with technology. These include typing using just our thoughts, the truly remote control of robotics, allowing surgery to be performed from anywhere on the planet, and games played using only the mind that are able to adapt and respond to players' mood and mental state. In the future, it may even be possible to use this technology to communicate sensory experiences. You could send a loved one a neural postcard when on holiday. But the use of neural interfaces also raises some critical ethical questions. Neural data, gathered from the brain and body, may be considered more private than data collected from smartphones and other devices. This neural data could be harvested for information about someone's emotions or moods. And using neural interfaces could provide people with abilities that exceed the majority of the population. If only accessible for some, they may lead to a more divided society. Humans have always innovated by using our brains to create new technologies. With neural interfaces, we're now turning that process inside out, using new technologies to transform our brains. These technologies might challenge the very essence of what it is to be human. Working out how, and even if we want to use them, requires an open and inclusive debate, involving many voices and all sectors of society.
So brain-computer interface eliminates intermediation completely. The organization of destinations can thus focus on monitoring all the destinations. It is a good way to gather big data and also provide open databases for research. So as final remarks, we can say that blockchain is having an emerging role in sustainability by helping foster collaborations between consumers and producers, by assisting people in adopting more sustainable lifestyles, and by helping companies improve their sourcing and recycling practices. Another major benefit of blockchain technology is that it can ensure transparency. This means that companies' claims of being resource positive and reducing their impacts can be counter-checked and verified. Aside from transparency, the technology ensures traceability. This facilitates fast and easy provenance of items, distinguishing authentic products from fake ones, and identify impacts on resources and fair work practices. Consumers can thus, have adequate information about truly sustainable products and able to make more informed choices. Finally, blockchain helps companies optimize processes, come up with innovations, and increase productivity. This results in reduced operating costs and, more importantly, reductions in waste. They can also add in the conservation of resources. So I end here my presentation. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Zelia Breda. I'm very happy that you have given a wonderful presentation on this blockchain technology in the tourism sector. Your opening statement is the technology changed the world. Yes, We have to update and update our latest technology, otherwise we'll be pushed back in the world. Second, she explained, she has played on video on what is blockchain technology. The technology explains the digital database and the difference between the traditional database, how digital database is very much secured, and it is centralized data secured into cryptography. The video also explained about this, how it really works, and the house purchase transaction, how it takes place. A small house purchase transaction has been done. She has also explained about the main characteristics of the blockchain. It indicates security, automation, disintermediation, trust, cost, and then traceability. How it operates in the tourism industry, and she has taken the medical tourism. And 10 areas she has focused on these excellent areas. Is really very wonderful insight information she has given there. And tracking and service customization, disintermediation, loyalty programs, integrated property management system, collaborative initiatives, also the smart tourism. She explained a couple of points on smart destination. It is a management. It is a management assessment and the cashless payment. Nowadays, it's a cashless payment is taking place in almost all the area. Followed by, she has also explained about the cloud computing. Also, she has explained about it. And then, what's a smart contract? And it is a self-executing the contract agreement between the buyer and between the two parties. How the contract takes place between the parties, a small contract, and smart pricing also and budgeting. She's also last video she has shown before closing this thing is and mind and mission, how the mind and mission makes it works for that. I would like to add some more points on the blockchain technology. The blockchain technology is a transparent, decentralized digital ledger that records financial transaction, physical assets, and so on. Anything that holds value can be tracked and traded securely with the blockchain technology. When I say blockchain technology in tourism, it can add a travel also very important thing. Travel and tourism is a hand in hand, goes there for that. How this blockchain technology can be used in the travel industry. In the traveling, luggage management is very important thing. While travel, luggage changes and shifts from hand to hand multiple times, especially when you go for the abroad travel. So this blockchain technology, through this, where it is goes there, where you are going there, where you are, the luggage takes place like this, you can monitor yourself. Decentralized blockchain technology is a database of the companies is easily to share data internally and trace the exact location of the customer's luggage, where it is the customer's luggage. We lost luggage at times, and through blockchain technology, the where its luggage locates like that, it is host. Second is easily traceable transaction using bitcoins and other cryptocurrencies, making the whole transaction is very simple and secure. It is not in a full form. It is a very nascent stage. In few countries, this blockchain, this cryptocurrency, and then the bitcoins is happening there, but it is not full-fledged in the whole world. The blockchain influences the business. It is appropriate technology for eliminating mediators, especially the tourism industry, especially eliminate mediators from the tourism industry's supply chain, because in tourism industry, supply chain plays a vital role. You go to various sections and various players are there. Banning the new mediators from gaining access to this industry and removing intermediaries in the market. This is a major change. This also can be reduce the direct and indirect cost of transaction in tourism industry. Yes, when you use the blockchain technology, there's no need to pay so many charges through the mediators that can be reduced for this. According to the report of Price Waterhouse, I made a note of it. Price Water PCW. The tourism industry, especially leisure and hospitality area, are expected to receive highest share in the blockchain management, blockchain investment. So we can say the blockchain management in the tourism industry plays a vital role. It is some of the still study is going on. It is not fully operated. Still study is going on in Western countries, and also the study and the research work is going on this industry. Once it is come out with the proper report, we plan for this using blockchain technology in the tourism industry. And thank you very much, Zelida. You have made a wonderful presentation. You have covered almost all the points in your area. regarding since you did a PhD in the tourism, naturally you have a person of a wealth of knowledge in this sector. You have highlighted very nice points. Thank you very much once again for the wonderful presentation you have given there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Anybody? I think we are already behind the schedule of 2.5 hours. 3 hours.
Yes, sir. Chairperson, sir.
Yes, sir.
One information to be added here.
Yes, please.
That Dr. Zela Breda had been in Goa about 20 years ago.
Oh, thank you. Good information. Nice.
So rest of the thing, Dr. Zela Breda will share.
Yes, it was a lovely experience to be in Goa. It is my second home. I was there for 3 times doing research for my PhD. I did a great friends, and I have good friends also at the University of Goa. So it was very nice to receive this information. Thank you very much.
Wonderful presentation you have given there. Thank you very much.
Dr. Zela Breda, Dr. Arvind Kumar Saran is from Goa. Right now he is present here. He is in nearby Dona Paula, where your
I have
university
very
was
good
there.
memories of Goa.
Your institution and Dr. Arvind's institutions are not far away, very close to each other.
Yes, just don't throw away distance.
Yes.
Welcome, Arvind.
And Dr. Arvind is, I think, since long ago, more than 25 years, sir, you are in Goa?
Yes, I am more than 28 years ago. 87, 88, I have been there.
Oh, that's good. Very nice to hear. Okay.
So I received this information, and credit goes to Professor Elizabeth that she shared this information.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you for the information. Good, good, good.
So, okay, Dr. Zela, be in touch and participate in the activities with new developments, new achievements, new contributions. Okay, Rejane, ma'am.
Yes. I would like to thank you to Dr. Erika Toderinsko, Dr. Gino Coriza, Dr. Volodya Rubela, and Dr. Zélia Breda for these awesome and interesting presentations. Thus, we finish today's lectures. I don't know what else, but I would like to thank you for the presence and thank you for the attention. And tomorrow we will continue and we'll waiting for you. Thank you, Dr. Pankaj. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, okay. So thank you, Dr. Rezane. Thank you, Dr. Devika, for moderating the session and the respective speaker. I would like to request Professor Nina to share the program schedule of tomorrow and the validatory functions, because she is having that file, both the files she is having. Dr. Nina, please share the file of academic program schedule and then the validatory function.
Yeah, just a moment. I will share my screen.
Yeah, please share.
Tomorrow we are having a session. Our session starting at
4:30 Indian timing.
Yeah, 4:30 and 1 p.m. by Ukrainian time, and we have three reports under the moderation of Dr. Amuta, and then we have 3 reports under the moderation of Dr. Liliana Guran. And then we have a valedictory function. Valedictory function. Let me just 1 moment. I will show you.
Not this one, that one, another. This is not another file. Another file that I shared on your. Yes, that color one. Just nearby, just the last file I shared with.
At WhatsApp
No, last file today.
today. Yeah,
You open the PDF file.
just a moment. It's an inaugural function. Sorry for delaying.
May I share that file? With this file I shared.
You shared the 27, 28th of November, this one,
Along with this.
And the inaugural function, this one.
This is the latest one.
That's all.
Yes.
So let me show the laboratory function, this one.
No, not this one, not this one. I'm sharing you once again, please.
Please, would you?
Please. I'm sharing. Please.
So while you within you find the file, may I say some words?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, sure.
Find the file. So I would like to say that the presentations of today were really interesting, and they really were about the emerging trends of analytics and management, social sciences and tourism. So we have really interesting presentations about the new trends that we have to have in mind, and that this conference was really a share about this knowledge about the emerging trends. So congratulations to everyone who presented, and thank you very much. And so now we have the sharing of the for tomorrow program.
Yeah, the valedictory function will be conducting under the direction of Ms. Regen Dutra-Bergamaschi, and it is going to start at 6:30 and 3 p.m. by Ukrainian time. We are expecting during 1 hour we are going to finish, but some people would like to express their feelings about the conference. It would be great. So feedbacks by participants, also then we have feedback by organizing secretaries, 2 minutes each. We are expecting about our organizing secretaries to say a few words. Here are our organizing secretary mentioned. Then I'm going to provide a report of the conference. We have also 2 reviews of the conference from Professor Ferenc and our colleague, Ukrainian colleague, from Khmelnytskyi National University, and also guest of honor, Dr. Arvid Saran, and also Professor Arselon Nilsovulpata. We are having feedback from our chief guest address, also Dr. Priti Srivastava, and vote of thanks for Dr. Sabrahmanya Bhat. This is the valedictory function. Maybe some requests or some comments.
Your valuable views are required during the feedback session. So I think Dr. Liliana Guran, Dr. Beatriz, Dr. Adina, Dr. Mara, Dr. Olina, Dr. Pavelo, Professor Zenaida, Dr. Zila, everyone, I think your valuable feedback that will help us and to improve whatever we can.
By my part, the organization of the validatory function is everything. It's all right. I think we have there some names that can take some conclusions about our event. I think it's all right. By my opinion, no need modifications or changing or other things.
Thank you. So maybe we may sum up for today and wish you a nice evening. Wish you have a nice rest after 2 days of the conference, and tomorrow we are having the last day of the conference, and you've seen the program, the schedule for tomorrow, and I hope enjoy tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Thank you all for your speech.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Bye.
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 Namaskar.
Thank you, Raghuvan sir. Thank you, Mr. President sir. So meeting tomorrow at 4:30 as per Indian timing, as per Ukrainian timing,
1 p.m.
1 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Goodbye.
bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.